I'd like to call to order this May 1st special Board of Education meeting of the Folsom Cordova Board of Education. I will go ahead and start off with the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I want to go ahead and start off and read a statement. A broadcast and recording is being made at the direction of the board, and the broadcast may capture images and sounds of those attending the meeting. The governor has declared a state of emergency to exist in California as a result of the threat of COVID-19. The governor issued Executive Order N 2520, which directs Californians to follow public health directions, including canceling large gatherings. The executive order also allows local legislative bodies to hold meetings via conference call while still satisfying state transparency requirements. The governor has also issued Executive Order N 3320, prohibiting people from leaving their homes or places of residence except to access necessary supplies and services to engage in specified critical infrastructure employment. In response to COVID-19 pandemic, Governor Newsom issued Executive Order N 2920, which temporarily suspends provisions of the Brown Act relating to public meetings. As such, the Folsom Cordova Unified School District board members will be conducting open session board meetings via Zoom video teleconferencing. The meetings will also be live streamed on the district's YouTube channel. The public's health and well-being are top priorities of the Board of Trustees of Folsom Cordova Unified School District, and you are urged to take all appropriate health and safety precautions. We thank you for joining us on our Zoom meeting and appreciate your patience as we learn to work in this new environment. At the direction of the board, the superintendent will call roll, acknowledging the board has received all electronic comments submitted by 4 o'clock today, as it pertains to today's special board meeting. Please keep in mind that there will be public comment, and I appreciate it if those who are commenting public, that before you comment, that you do say whether you're for or against the subject matter. Superintendent, call roll, please.
Yes. Board Member Clark?
Here.
Board Member Short?
Here.
Board Member Reed?
Not a good sound.
Board Member Reed?
Sorry, I was muted. Here.
Board Member Hoover?
Here.
Board Member Ranking?
Here.
And Student Member Nisnik?
Here.
Thank you. All are accounted for.
Thank you, ma'am. Reporting on a closed session, Superintendent?
We have no information or action to report.
Okay. Adoption of agenda.
I'll move it. Move it.
Moved by Mr. Short, second by
Mr. Hoover.
Second by Mr. Hoover. All those in favor?
Aye.
No. Superintendent, call roll, please.
Board Member Clark?
Aye.
Board Member Hoover?
Aye.
Board Member Short?
Aye.
Board Member Reed?
Aye.
Board Member Ranking?
Aye.
Student Member Nisnik?
Aye.
All right. We'll now go into public participation. These are items that are not on the agenda. Are there any public participations?
Good evening, Mr. Clark. We do have a written comment for public participation, and I'd like to read that out now.
Yes.
This was submitted with no name. One platform for all distance learning, not a portal like Clever, but one single platform, whether it be Schoology or Google Classrooms, but choose one. And that's the only public comment we have written in.
Thank you. Any more public comments? I hear none.
Not at this time, Mr. Clark.
Thank you, ma'am. We will go into discussion action item 8A, approve addendum to the 3/25/20 Memorandum of Understanding between Folsom Cordova Unified School District and Folsom Cordova Education Association. 4/29/20 addendum addresses grading procedures, special education, working conditions, leaves, and attendance related to COVID-19 shelter in place. Superintendent.
Yes, good evening again. In an attempt to negotiate the impacts and effects of COVID-19 shelter in place, on April 29, 2020, members of our FCEA negotiating team collaborated with our Folsom Cordova negotiating team to draft an addendum to the March 25th, 20 MOU, specifically addressing grading policies, special education teacher working condition, leaves, and recording attendance during distance learning. Our teams came back and reconvened on April 29th and have come up with a revised draft of the MOU addendum. And I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Don Ogden to give the details of that addendum. Mr. Ogden.
Thank you, Dr. Clegian. This is very similar to the MOU that we shared with the board recently. The major difference is in the high school area. What we are bringing forward in this MOU would be a policy where we would hold students harmless from their grades as of March 13th. We would have a final semester grade that would be reflected as a credit or a no mark based on their March 13th grade. There would be an opportunity if a student was or had the trajectory to get a no mark for them to improve that to a credit. They would work together with some guidelines that we will be providing and actually are attached that were created by Equity Task Force and also our Department of Curriculum Instruction.
Right, thank you.
You're welcome.
With that being said, I will go with the process of getting questions from the board, and then I will take it out to the public for their comments, and then I will bring it back to the board for their final comments. Any questions from the board? No questions?
I do.
Yeah, I have questions too.
Okay, I didn't see hands. Let's go with Mr. Short.
I just want for clarity for the edification of the board and the audience, the option of be able to transfer a transcript. Can you explain that a little bit more?
Yes. One of the changes that we did make was if a student desired to have their third quarter grade indicated on their transcript, we would be able to do that. So when a student requests transcripts, they do it with a form. There would be an option on that form to have the transcript reflect the third quarter grade.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, board member Reed.
I have about 9 questions, but I think most of them are fairly short. So, throughout this process, we've heard a lot about the term equity and equitable. Would it be possible for someone from staff, for the benefit of the audience, to describe the concept of equity and how it plays here?
I think I will defer that to Dr. Cook-Harvey, and she can give us definition of equity, especially in terms of the work that we're doing in our district around equity.
Sure. Good evening, everybody. Hope you can hear me all right. Well, there's a number of definitions of equity when it comes to education. Primarily, it is often a definition that is used is that each person gets what they need to access and have opportunities to achieve academically. With regard to this particular question at hand here around grading, equity is primarily thought of in terms of how well a student can access the educational opportunities, the work that is provided, such that they can achieve. I'm sorry. Actually, can I have one moment? I'm sorry. Just one moment. Thank you for the minute. The issue of equity here at hand really is about finding ways to do no harm to the students that are furthest from opportunity and access. Given the fact that in a typical school day, as students come into the school building, the school provides a range of supports and interventions and additional opportunities such that students who arrive at school either less prepared than others can actually access the educational opportunities. When it comes to grading in the season of a pandemic, because we can't control the school day, which means that students are being assigned work and are producing work and turning in work in conditions that we don't control, meaning they're not in a classroom where they have access to additional resources, be it personnel resources or access to their peers where they typically would collaborate with peers, or unlimited access to teachers or counselors or instructional aides. Granted, we're trying to do the best that we can under these circumstances, but because students are primarily working from home in their homes and we cannot control the home environment that they are working within, when it comes to talking about grading under these conditions, it becomes really hard to differentiate between not only who is completing the work, and that's not to be nefarious or to assume that students aren't doing the work themselves, but because we can't control for those conditions, nor can we intervene when we notice students are struggling in a typical way. It becomes, the issue of grading becomes really hard to do in a way that doesn't either further distance people from access and opportunity or assign additional opportunities and privilege to those that actually have better access to conditions that are more conducive to learning, to the learning environment.
Thank you. Obviously, a number of the neighboring school districts and districts around the state and around the country figured out some form of grading. Would it be fair to say that those school districts weren't taking into account equity?
Well, it doesn't necessarily mean that they aren't taking into account equity. It just means that they have a different set of circumstances within which they're discussing and trying to determine a way that does the least amount of harm to the most children within their care in their system.
Okay. A survey was sent out in April to the senior class asking opinions on graduation. Was a similar survey sent out to high school students regarding grading by chance?
No.
No. The district also did a number of thought exchange surveys with parents, such on cell phone use and school boundaries during the current school year. Was a similar survey done through exchange or anything regarding to the parents regarding grading?
No, it was an item that came to us through the negotiation process. And that was one that was determined really at a higher level of the California Teachers Association. So grading was something that ended up at the bargaining table and was at the bargaining table when we had those discussions before we brought it out to the board.
So then if it was at the bargaining table, was there a survey of the teachers done on grading?
We don't usually take things out outside of the bargaining process unless it's been, we have a signature and then it's time for the executive board to ask their members what their level of support is.
Okay. I guess the next question I have has to do with other potential options. Were any other options discussed at the negotiating table was, A's for everyone, or was the ABC grade only concept thrown out, or were there any other types of concepts other than credit, no credit that were thrown out, excluding what the board already rejected on school choice? Was there ever any other discussion on those?
I'm going to ask Mr. Ogden to go ahead and respond.
Yes, there were several different options discussed. This was originally discussed with the core negotiating team that negotiates on behalf of the bargaining unit and management. At one point, we felt there, like you shared, it was in negotiations and we needed a different lens on it other than just the people that were at the table. So we created an ad hoc committee. The first ad hoc committee really was stacked to help us figure out high school. And so we had all the high school principals there. We had a lot of high school teachers there. We had executive cabinet members there. And we had leadership from the bargaining unit there. In that original meeting, we talked about a whole range of options. And you mentioned a couple of them. There were more that we talked about. Our focus, though, was to do no harm and to find a solution that with our population, our students, and our circumstances would do the least amount of harm to our kids. And after high school was able to come up with a solution, that group made a suggestion for middle school and elementary school. However, we felt we still needed to revisit that with leadership and teachers from middle school and elementary school. So we did go back to the table again with another ad hoc committee. And that ad hoc committee then focused on middle school and elementary school. So this was a more encompassing negotiation session than we typically have. We typically don't do for one item like this, multiple ad hoc committees, bringing multiple teachers and administrators together to build consensus around something. And yes, we did look at lots of different models, lots of different school districts. We did also ask for outside help. We asked for the Equity Task Force, and we asked for the Department of Curriculum and Instruction to develop some guidelines as we were moving forward, just to ensure we would do no harm. So I think we did attempt to look at all the different options.
So the Equity Task Force was involved in looking at options?
Not in negotiations. What they were involved in was working on guidelines to support students and support teachers. When we had students that were perhaps not going to be based on the no credit, and the no harm from March 13th date, how would we develop a safety net and support for teachers and students so that we could have as many successful students as possible?
So so then I'm guessing based on what you said that the goal was to do least harm, that it was felt that credit, no credit would do less harm than A's for everybody?
Credit, no mark.
Credit, no mark. Yeah, that would be less harmful than A's for everybody?
Yes, we did discuss A's for everybody. That absolutely was discussed multiple times, including the very last time we got together. And we didn't feel, a comment, and I won't, one of the teachers that I really, really respect made a comment, which, was a heartfelt comment. He said, at our school, we really take pride in the fact that we have integrity in our grading. And when people look at our high school, they know that we grade with integrity. Now, I could not with integrity give a student an A based on the work that they're going to be doing during this time. I could absolutely give them an A for surviving this. But it's not the same A that a student would get who was coming to my class every day and doing the work every day. I'm just not able as a teacher to provide that level of instruction, that level of accountability, that level of support that I normally would be able to do. So an A for everybody would not equate to the A that the students typically are able to earn with the support of our staff and attending our schools.
So was the concept of ABC grade only, where an A would be like from 80 to 100, and a B would be from like 60 to 80, and a C would be anything under 60. Was that discussed at all? I know some school districts have done that.
We did discuss that. And again, we have a unique circumstance, and our staff, they work really hard to understand where students are at all times. Third quarter in our high schools is a time when many students are struggling. And that was recognized by all three of our principals, that if you were to look at a quarter and say which quarter probably would not be one that I would want to take my grade on and have it put on my semester, they said that third quarter was probably the one. So they felt like knowing the circumstance that most of these students are in, because they probably didn't have the grade they wanted third quarter, knowing that our teachers are learning a new platform, knowing that we had 2 weeks where we really did no instruction at all, and knowing that a lot of our families would not have, as I think Shauna eloquently spoke to, the resources to engage and to raise those grades from where they were at the third quarter. That was really the driving, I think, spirit behind the group that said it wouldn't be equitable for those students to not have access to the resources they typically have when they go to school every day and to raise their grade, whereas students that did have the resources at home would be able to raise their grade.
All right. One last question. We've heard many reasons for the recommendation that is being put before the board tonight, including homelessness, lack of technology, domestic violence, financial issues. I've heard many others in addition to those. All these issues predated the pandemic. So if we are a district about equity, how are we handling grading equity with those issues prior to the COVID-19?
I'm going to ask Ms. Alleman to answer that question, please, specific to high school.
Well, I think, thank you, Dr. Koligian, and good evening, board members. I believe that the way we handle that jumps back to what Dr. Shauna Cook-Harvey was addressing earlier in her equity piece, and that is that our students, when they are on campus, have access to a wide variety of student supports. Some have instructional aides that are with them on campus. They have mental health specialists that are with them on campus. They can go and talk to their principal. They can have one-on-one time with their teacher. So all of those pieces contribute to the student supports that also contribute to student success.
But they did get a grade, though, correct?
They would have received a grade. That is accurate. Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you all for answering those questions. No more questions.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Reed. I do have a few questions and some clarifying questions that I need to ask, and I may know the answer to it, or if you give me something different, then I'll take that to the bank. But one of the questions I want to make sure, did we or did we not survey the teachers on this grading policy, and why didn't we grade them in? Was it a negotiating issue, or do you think that would have been too much, or what?
Mr. Ogden, will you answer that, please?
When we're in negotiations, Chris, it's not our practice in management when we're negotiating with the teachers to poll the teachers. It's a practice that the teachers union would engage in if they felt it was necessary.
Okay, thank you. And just on the addendum, I want to be clear on the Vista Del Lago High School. Students begin their term on March 16th, 2020. And the report cards will be based on second semester consistent with the addendum MOU dated March 25, 2020. Can you explain that just for the record, please?
Yes, and I'm going to have Ms. Alleman go into the detail of explaining that, please.
Certainly. Thank you, Dr. Koligian. Mr. Clark, the difference between what we have going on at Vista Del Lago and what we have going on at Folsom High School and Cordova High School sort of looks like this. And I think you understand this, but I'm just kind of laying the foundation. At Folsom High School and at Cordova High School currently, when the schools closed, those students had completed 3/4 of their school year. So those students at the time the schools closed, they had a 3rd quarter, I will call it a progress report grade, but they had a 3rd quarter grade. At Vista Del Lago, in the structure that they have, they had finished, they were in term 2, so they had finished, let's call it semester 1 of term 2, or half of their school year. So they have a semester 1 grade. There is no equivalent to a quarter 3 grade for VISTA students. There is no progress report grade for VISTA students. Does that help?
Oh, yeah. No, I just wanted to clarify for public record. No, that I'm fine with it. So another question that I had was, what sort of reasonable assurance we have for students at a CSU or UC or private college admissions panel will view their transcript with grades for the remainder of the school year, and a transcript with credit no mark equally. So, example, if a student at Granite Bay has a 3.7 and a Vista student has a 3.6 because they missed out on grades, I'm thinking, how would the college choose that student? I mean, how would they look at that? I mean, are we going to say, okay, well, Granite Bay had a grade and this Vista student didn't? Wouldn't that diminish the chance of that Vista student getting picked?
I'm going to ask Ms. Alleman to respond to that question as well.
Well, I wish I could answer that question because I don't know how the UCs and the CSUs are actually going to take into account what their policies and procedures are going to be. However, everything that we have read in the FAQs, and we have read many FAQs from many of the colleges and universities, specifically, as I had mentioned, the UCs and the CSUs before, that they are also holding students harmless. What that means in their world and what that means in our world, I wish I could predict, but I don't know how they will evaluate those. They're going to have to evaluate students on a more holistic basis.
Okay, when you said holistic basis?
I said holistic basis.
Okay,
yes.
Perfect. All right, so now we're talking about the hold harmless thing. Please explain to people listening, and I guess to the board, again, for clarification, how does the hold harmless work as it pertains to their GPA?
And Ms. Alleman, if you can give a description of how colleges, institutions of higher education would look at our students' transcripts in Folsom Cordova with the grading policies that we're entertaining right now.
Well, I can certainly explain how the GPA would be produced. For example, if I have a student who has an A, a B, and a C, the A is worth 4 points, the B is worth 3, and the C is worth 2. So 4 and 3, 7, that's 9, divided by 3 classes that they take. That student would have a GPA of a 3.0. If a student has an A, B, and a no mark, that student would have 7 points. And holding harmless with the no mark, those 7 points divided by the 2 classes would give that student a 3.5.
Perfect. So, another point of clarification. Are we affecting their current GPA at all?
The student's current GPA would be held at their first semester's GPA. So their GPA will not go up, but their GPA will not go down.
Okay, so it stays the same, correct?
That's correct, yes.
All right. That's all I wanted to know. Were there any other questions from the board before I take it to the public?
I do have some questions.
Mr. Hoover?
All right, so let me pull up my notes here. That was actually very helpful on the GPA aspect, and I want to get to that in a second. But first, would it be accurate to say that the majority of school districts in the Sacramento region are offering some form of grade option to their high school students?
I think from the information that we had reported back at the last meeting to the board of the Sacramento County and neighboring districts outside of Sac County, it looked like probably the majority of them were using the hybrid model of credit, no credit, and grades.
Was any weight given to that fact? I know that we're, I guess in some ways there's a benefit to being behind the curve a little bit because you can kind of see what other districts are doing. Was any weight given to that fact at the negotiating table?
Mr. Ogden, I wouldn't be able to respond to that. I know before you respond, when I met with our county superintendent of schools and our neighboring district superintendents in Sacramento County, we had reviewed what the guidance was from California Department of Education. We shared where the options we were considering in each district. We knew that we weren't going to be exactly the same, nor were we asked to be exactly the same, because CDE gave each district the opportunity to review the options and choose those options that are going to best meet the needs of their students. So we knew that all districts in Sacramento County were not choosing the same option, and there was nothing that said that we had to, as the CDE guidance didn't, specify this is the grading options you need to use. So, Mr. Ogden, I don't know if that came up at all or.
Absolutely, it did. Mr. Hoover, that's a good question. It's a best practice whenever we're negotiating to look and see what the competitors are doing and what our local districts are doing. So we absolutely were aware of what the other neighboring districts were doing, and that did drive some of our discussions and some of the questions that we had as we tried to come to the best match for our district with grades, no different than we do other issues at the table.
Was what was the factor that kind of outweighed this a lot of the, because let's be honest, there's a lot of very smart and well-meaning people throughout our region in education. I think we'd all agree with that. So what was the main factor that kind of outweighed the fact of what other districts were doing?
I think what I shared earlier, that the understanding of where a lot of our students are at that third quarter grade would have harmed a lot of students. A lot of students who were in a typical year, the support we could provide them, their third quarter may not have reflected that they're going to graduate. And our teachers know what they need to do to get them to graduate. Cutting it off at that time without the support network that we typically are able to provide to our students, we felt that we really needed to support our students beyond the date of the 13th. And some of our students, we have the hard reality of understanding we can't support them in this model. And if we can't support them in this model, like we typically can we at least support them enough to get them a credit grade so that they can graduate, or a credit grade so they can move to the next class, knowing that all of our students are missing 10 weeks of school this year. All of our students are going to need a lot of remediation next year. And some of ours are really going to need a lot more. So I think it was trying not to do harm to our most vulnerable students.
And I think another factor, if I can add one more comment, sorry, Mr. Hoover, is that we are a district in significant disproportionality right now, and we have a significant disproportionality plan. We're going into that same status next year as well. And as we look at our equity plan and our SIGDIZ plan, we keep that in mind in the decisions that we make too. So not every district is in that status either.
Thank you. Just to clarify with Catherine, let's see. So you did say in response to Mr. Clark's question that GPA under this proposal that is on the table today, GPA cannot go up, correct?
That's correct.
So can someone explain the reasoning from the negotiation conversations on why to kind of add in this Q3 on the transcripts provision? Or what was the reasoning for adding that on as opposed to just credit no mark?
We had the intention not to harm anyone, and one of the comments was, well, what if you had a student who at that third quarter progress report had an A? They were on a trajectory to get an A, and now they were going to get a credit. And for some reason, I mean, it could be paying for car insurance and getting a discount. It could be join the military. It could be many, many reasons that we can't predict. That A would have been important and in some way help them, and not having access to that A perhaps would harm them. So would there be a way in our transcript process to communicate that student was on a trajectory for an A, however, the system would only give him no higher than a credit. And so it was really meant as an opportunity for students that perhaps needed to communicate that story, that they were on the trajectory for an A, and it would have been helpful to them, not to take that opportunity away from them.
Okay. Do we have any idea if that provision of and obviously we can't say anything for sure, but can that provision of this proposal, this MOU addendum, have an impact on colleges in kind of the same sense that parents have raised concerns on why they want an option for a grade? Is part of the goal to help them with college applications as well?
Again, it's difficult to answer that question, as we don't know how the colleges are going to make these determinations. However, it would be an option, and that's why we put it there. So if it would benefit a student and they felt it would benefit them, it would be an option. They would have access to it. If they didn't feel it would benefit them, then the typical or I guess the regular report card would reflect just the semester grade, and it would just reflect the credit or no mark. They would ask to have that added to their transcript because they felt it would help them.
Okay. So I guess my question is, because, one of the concerns on Tuesday when we actually discussed a different proposal that allowed students to petition for grades, the issue continued to come up, especially raised by teachers, that this could somehow be an unfair advantage to students with, obviously challenges since distance learning began. I completely understand the environment change. So I guess my question is,
Bella,
could this provision in this addendum create that same unfair advantage that was raised on Tuesday? For example, for a student who was applying for college and did choose to show that Q3 grade, and a student that was applying and chose not to show that Q3 grade.
And I would not know how that would be compared side by side.
I guess just to clarify, I mean, one of the things we talked about at our last meeting was that FCUSD, kids are going to get compared within their district. That was one of the big things that got brought up. So we shouldn't worry about other districts, but we should worry about what's offered in our district. But it seems to me, if you're looking at two Folsom Cordova students and they both have credits, and one of them chose their Q3 grade to show it, which, as you said, shows their trajectory, and then the other student did not show their Q3 grade. So in attempt, maybe could it be viewed as hiding their trajectory? I mean, this is something that I think we should consider.
Ms. Alleman, do you want to go into a little bit more detail on that?
I can, and I thank you, Mr. Hoover, for the question. I think that equivalent to that could be a student who is applying to a UC, as the same UC, to students, and one chooses to get some letters talking about whatever happened prior to COVID-19, and another choosing not to. It goes back, I think, to that holistic approach. Having a progress report grade at third quarter and choosing to share that would be something any student could choose to do. The reason that it would be optional is because perhaps there are some students who would choose not to share that grade. Does it put them at a disadvantage? Not necessarily. Again, it goes back to what Mr. Clark and I were discussing with how the colleges are actually going to view the transcripts. And if we look at it holistically, colleges view transcripts based on students' personal essays. It could be they could incorporate their Q3 grade by discussion in their personal essay. They could discuss what happened to them during COVID-19 and their need to be home with their families. So I don't see any way that having that option is going to hurt a student. It does not contribute to the GPA. It is simply something they will have an option for. Other students could do the same thing. You could do it with or without that addendum to the transcript if they chose to share a report card from that point in time.
Okay, thank you. And I know that our student board member made, that fantastic point at our last meeting in support of the previous proposal that, regardless of what's on the transcript, there are ways that students can share their challenges and share, what led them to choosing a credit grade. So I do agree that that is an option. Just shifting a little bit here to GPA. I know that we've talked a lot about how colleges are not looking at grades. Are most colleges still using GPA as a method of assessing students for admission?
I would say that some are, yes, but they are looking at things broader than just GPA.
But have any colleges, I guess in the same way that have any colleges said they're not looking at GPA? That may be a better way to ask it.
And I know, Dr. Kakarvi, you did a little bit of research for us on that front. Can you address that a little bit with what you found out?
Sure. I couldn't find any colleges that said that they won't be looking at GPA. So to answer your question, Mr. Hoover, no, nobody is saying they're not looking at GPA. But what it seems pretty universally, colleges are saying that they will be looking at spring 2020 in a different way than they would look at every other moment in a student's educational history when it comes to determining admissions. And I think, the bigger question here regarding grading, I think, is around what are we actually grading at this time? Are we grading mastery of content standards, learning, participation? Was your hotspot working? Like a number of things that factor in. And I think, if we acknowledge that any grade earned during this time period, be it an A or an F or a B, if we were doing letter grades, would not necessarily be reflective of the standards and expectations that students would have received if they were physically in school. Right. So teachers aren't able to meet with students on the frequency and level and the amount that they would have typically been meeting with them. So in that way, in a lot of ways, any grade that would be assigned would be inflated, and it could be inflated and skewed either way.
Thank you. I guess just, a little more my concern, and I'll do a follow-up question here because, given that the fact that the proposal that's currently on the table for this semester will not allow the student to improve their GPA, is it possible that a student in FCUSD could be put at a disadvantage on a college application compared to another student in our region or any region who does have the opportunity to raise their GPA this semester, strictly on the grounds of GPA, not looking at grades specifically, but just on the grounds of GPA, is it possible that our students could be at a disadvantage if we do not allow them to improve their GPA this semester?
I don't believe so. No, I don't think that a university would look at a student. And I think this gets back to Catherine's point earlier, is that colleges aren't admitting students just based on one factor alone. So they're factoring in a combination of things, from SAT and ACT scores to the amount of extracurriculars a student is engaging with, their leadership potential and opportunities. And GPA is one piece of that. But if the credits that a student earns during spring 2020 are that detrimental to their overall GPA, it is my understanding, based on what I've read on a number of college university admissions websites, that they will not hold that against a student. So when comparing two students from two different districts, and to your question, a student that has the ability to earn an A and a student in a neighboring district that does not have the ability to earn an A, I don't believe that a college admissions officer will look at them differently, other than the fact that the students were operating within whatever system they happened to be attending school and whatever standards or policies were in place with regard to grading. If the highest mark that a student can earn in our district is a credit, and that's what the student earns during this time, that will be viewed just as it is. Furthermore, I think if we acknowledge that the work that students are doing at home is not necessarily to the level and amount of work that would typically be happening in a school day, any A or grade that is actually quote unquote earned during this time isn't necessarily wouldn't necessarily carry the weight. And I think that goes to the point that all admissions officers are going to be looking at spring 2020 as a special point in time, that this is not just your standard run-of-the-mill spring semester. These are different conditions. They will look at any grade that a student brings, be it a credit or an A. I think they'll look at that and say, hey, all I know is that whatever was happening in the student's life at this time, whether they got an A or a credit, they weren't in school. And we know that because they weren't in school, the level and the amount of work that they were being asked to do was not typical of the typical school day. And there were a host of other things going on in that student's life just because of the pandemic.
Yeah. I mean, I do certainly appreciate that colleges are going to be looking at things more holistically. I mean, I think that's a very good thing that colleges are doing. Part of my concern is that, the more we take away, for example, in some cases, colleges aren't looking at grades. They're not looking at, some colleges won't be looking at test scores. So there's fewer things at a certain point, right, to judge a student holistically. So in some ways, GPA could become more significant because of the loss of these other things. And that's kind of the point I'm trying to make. But you mentioned spring 2020. And I appreciate that most of our focus here is focused on our seniors, and our juniors, and focused on. But I think I guess my question is, what about our kids, our juniors, our sophomores, our freshmen, that throughout their time in high school, everyone in high school right now is going to be going into college admissions process when this pandemic has passed, with one fewer semester to support their GPA. Isn't this by definition a disadvantage in the future beyond spring 2020?
Well, it would only be a disadvantage for students that would be able to earn an A during spring 2020. For students that don't have the ability to earn that grade for whatever number of reasons, this wouldn't be held against them. So for college admissions purposes.
Well, what about a student that left Q3 or left for distance learning with a D and wanted to raise that in the second half of the semester?
I would argue that a credit looks better than a D on a report card.
Right, but it still wouldn't be calculated in GPA, correct?
Correct.
All right. Well, I do have concerns about this as a potential inequity in the future, and I think it's something that we should consider. But I'll stop my questioning for now. Thank you.
Mr. Hoover, can I add something there? Do you mind, Dr. Koligian, if I add something?
Go ahead.
I think you bring up a real good point about what questions we all will have about what college admissions officers are going to do. And quite frankly, I think we're going to, all of the districts all over the United States and the world, so to speak, we are all wrestling and doing, our local LEAs, making our own decisions about grades. And I think we are going to, for once, have the colleges and the college admissions officers very confused. So I wouldn't be surprised to see the colleges take a look at spring 2020 and totally eliminate it from the GPA calculation. I wouldn't be surprised at that at all, because they will have to come to terms with how they're going to compare a myriad of different types of grading options. So I just wanted to throw that out there. It's going to be a big issue, and they're going to have to come to terms with it.
Thank you.
Okay, I had one more question. I actually want to compliment Mr. Hoover on asking about the GPAs and how all that would work out. But I also wanted to address the issue of college scholarships and how those juniors who will obviously start applying for college scholarships and weighing in on their GPA, how that would work out. Also, I'm big in athletics, and I think about my athletic kids that are going to be vying for those sports scholarships and academic/sports scholarships. How that GPA would factor in if those colleges are looking at that. I'm just wondering if you had any take on that at all.
Ms. Solomon, will you answer that one too, please?
I can certainly try. Is Mr. Maroon on? Is Peter Maroon with? Because Mr. Maroon had contact with CIF. So, Mr. Clark, I think, with all due respect, if you would allow me to defer to Mr. Maroon,
Absolutely.
I think that he might be able to answer from the CIF perspective. Thank you, Peter.
Dr. Koligian, members of the board. I did have a conversation with our commissioner as well as the NCAA advisor at Sac State recently in regards to this particular issue. And the NCAA, based on the, holding no harm, they will look at individuals differently with a grading policy, specifically in regards to this semester. They're basically going to look at it as a, not a way to, not to use that as a weight to determine their needs. I think our athletes are going to be fine. There's going to be some challenges with some athletes who don't have previous grades they needed. That might be a challenge, but they do have opportunities for them to take online courses to improve their GPAs and to solidify that issue if they do have those. So we do have those options to provide for our students who are struggling to make the GPA requirement in regards to that. And then the SAT and the ACT, as you know, have been basically held. They're not going to use those as a determining factor at this point. So there are provisions in place. The CIF will base their determination on local educational agencies. So it's whatever our policy is that we will be held to. It's not going to be a different standard that the CIF is imposing.
Okay, great. Thank you. I was just a little
Clark?
concerned about that. Mr. Reed.
Yeah, just one super quick question. How did we advertise Tuesday's school board meeting and today's school board meeting to the parents and students to know that the issue of grading was going to be discussed on Tuesday and today?
Well, with it being a special meeting, it was a 24-hour notice, and I believe our Director of Communications did post that on Blackboard. Ms. Griffin, can you confirm that, please?
Hi, good evening. Yes, we posted the the agenda and the directions for participating in the board meeting. We emailed all of our staff, we emailed all of our families. We also texted all of our families to notify them of tonight's meeting.
The meeting, or specifically that the topic of the meeting was going to be on grading for both Tuesday and today?
For both, we posted the information that the board meeting was taking place with a link to the agenda that described what the content and the agenda items were for the board meeting.
So they would have had to open the agenda and take a look then?
They would have needed to click on the hyperlink that was provided in the email and then also on Facebook and social media.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions from the board? Great, now I'll take it out to the public. I understand that there are 29 written comments and 10 folks right now that have their hands raised. Ms. Griffin, is it possible to read those public comments before I let those now 12 participants, 13, speak?
Absolutely, I'd be happy to read them.
Thank you.
The first comment was submitted, and these were the written comments, just also submitted after 4 p.m. All of the other written comments submitted were handed to the board members. The first comment submitted by Lynn Berkeley Baskin. Esteemed Board and Education Administration, although I hold executive positions with the Greater Sacramento NAACP, Jewish Community Relations Council, and local community health organizations, I write today as a double-decade Folsom resident who had 2 children attend many of our district schools. I am both heartened and troubled by the clarifying beliefs being exposed during this time of natural disaster. Please remember, equity is not about giving everyone what they need. It is about giving everyone what they need in the context of those who have identities of circumstances that have been historically marginalized. I'm hopeful that this board listens to the many PhDs and EDDs, teachers and social workers in the People's District employment. They are the experts about how best to serve our students, especially those who are most at risk. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
The next comment, and forgive me while I scroll, is submitted by a concerned parent. Use instead, please consider C/no C default with letter grade opt-in. Most districts doing flexible grading are not formally grading 4th quarter work during distance learning, and any assessment of engagement, etc., only improves grades, never decreases them. As of today, districts that are offering grades or a hybrid model represent over 70% plus of California public high school kids based on 2017-2018 cumulative enrollment. Yet this is only a small sampling based on looking at about 250 districts to date out of nearly 1,000. Numerous districts have announced that they will issue final semester letter grades with hold harmless grade protection, wherein semester grades are no lower than 3rd quarter. These include 8 of the 10 largest districts: Santa Ana, LA, Elk Grove, San Diego, Corona Norco, San Bernardino, Fresno, and Capistrano, which has a hybrid model with letter grades A through C, credit, NC, or incomplete. Compelling is Centinela, 11,000 high school kids with a win-win offering, only grades A, B, or C, no lower than 3rd. So essentially everyone passes and thereby eliminates any need for a credit or no credit scenario, since no one would qualify for a no credit. San Juan, Santa Barbara, Cloverdale, Chico, Lucia Mar, Bishop, Colusa, West Covina, Azusa, Duarte, Norwalk, La Mirada, Charter Oak, and Mariposa are offering no C default with letter grade opt-in choice. San Gabriel is offering credit default, letter grade opt-in, and only considering Q4 work after 5-4. San Rafael, Los Gatos, Saratoga, Capistrano, Temple City, West Contra Costa, Coronado, Pajaro Valley, South Pasadena, Lodi, Templeton, Monrovia, Covina Valley, Fullerton are offering choices. Placer is offering letter grade C, no C, or I. El Dorado Hills, Roseville, Whittier, Palos Verdes, San Marcos are letter grade or pass, no mark, or pass fail. Placer is letter grades. Passing credit, I, or no credit with 1 year to raise a NC. Jefferson, Daly City, San Lorenzo Valley, and Santa Cruz using flexible models too. Thank you. The next comment is submitted by Jana Record. The option to make grading credit no credit is for everyone. This decision levels playing field. It lifts up and gives those that do not have privilege a chance. It gives those who do not have the access and the means under these conditions to get the extra help and support that they need in order to participate in their education a chance. This decision does not lower the standards for those who have the privilege, money, time, support, and other means to be competitive. It simply allows all students to have an equal chance in succeeding regardless of their circumstance. I want to alert the board that we do not get to hear the opinions of the disadvantaged because they do not have the means to make contact with us. They are at work, they are babysitting siblings, they are sharing a screen, they do not have a working phone, they do not speak the language, they can't connect to the internet. How do you expect them to advocate for themselves when they do not have the means to do so? How can we hear from them? Why place undue stress on the students who are struggling to survive right now by giving a choice that they cannot understand and only the privileged will? Is it to give those who already have privilege and access to succeed in school the option to get further ahead of their peers? The high achievers that will bust their humps to get A-level work will still do so if they have integrity. And you know what they get for that? Self-satisfaction, a feeling of accomplishment, and they will learn the material which already puts them ahead. You know what the kids who are at home watching siblings while their parents work without quiet time, access to the internet, or a screen to do a school assignment will get? Grit, independence, stamina. Eventually, both students from these two different life situations will come to understand that their leaders made a decision to hold them both harmless, that they both matter, and they both have skills that will transfer to the real world. The next comment submitted by Elizabeth Donat. I work extremely hard for the grades that I earn. I study, I do all of my assignments, and I work hard. I think this policy will harm those of us who work hard to get the grades we get. I understand that you are trying to provide everyone the education they want, but we all know that students aren't putting in the same effort. We shouldn't be graded as putting in the same effort. Also, any makeup work that was turned in or before March 13th should be graded and put into the grade book. People made up tests, but only those whose teachers graded immediately get the benefit. How is that fair? As a junior, my biggest fear is that the pass-fail grading will hurt my ability to be accepted to the university of my choice. We are the ones who are most vulnerable to this decision. The next comment submitted by Jasmine, no last name. As a current senior at one of FCUSD high schools, I believe we should say no to this proposal. For many, we have worked hard to earn the grades we have currently, and to take that away would be unjustified. Currently, I can say I went from being at school for 5 hours and only having about an hour of work. I now have an overload of work and stress. We should reject this proposal and find one that works for all of us. The school year has ended. As a senior and many more, we are focused on the future. Allow for grade boosters, but not a credit no credit system. Students are proud of the grades they earn, especially when they are A's and B's or even C's because they have accomplished something. This proposal takes away the years of hard work for the grades we have. If you go to a credit no credit, the students will go to the bare minimum workload and only do 50% of the work. Next comment has been submitted by Lena Alvarado. Regarding pass-fail or grades, consider the junior high school student, please, and those who want to get into universities. They have been working hard to do so. Let them have their grade or let them take a P/F, not just PF. That would not be in their best interests. Next comment submitted, no name. A's for all. We should pass every student. As of now, we are teaching ourselves and getting nowhere in this learning. The teachers now don't have to teach us and are giving us a workload that is unfair for how they are truly acting. Taking away the grading system would only cause issues among students and staff. The next comment submitted by Elizabeth Sardar. As a student, school is extremely stressful. It's more stressful now that most students are scared. The way the schools announced lockdown was done poorly and sloppily. You abruptly announced to not come back to school without letting us return books, get things from our lockers, or say goodbye. When I want to keep GPAs instead of replacing them with pass fail, I'm speaking for the high schools. Some of those kids have worked very hard to maintain a high GPA. I personally would like pass fail, but I'm going with GPAs because it's not fair to the other students who've worked so hard to achieve that GPA. If you take that away, you're also taking away everything they've worked for. It would be a slap in the face. The next comment submitted with no name. As a parent, I strongly believe that we should pass all the students this year. Why? Well, because due to this crisis on our hands. The next comment submitted with no name. I feel that there should be an option to choose where you want a letter grade or a pass fail. Students that are working really hard in school and now during distant learning are planning to go to a UC school following high school deserve to be able to show that they earned their grades. When the UC looks at transcripts from all the applicants and sees a student from another district that is able to demonstrate letter grades, whereas a student from FCUSD can only show a pass fail without the appropriate letter grade that they earned, the UC is more likely to choose someone that they know can demonstrate good academics and not someone with an uncertain grade. With that said, I hope you make the right decision for all the students of FCUSD. The next comment submitted by Visruth Nagam, and I apologize if I said that wrong. Hello, I'm currently a junior at Vista Del Lago High School, and I'll be applying to college this fall, meaning that this year's grades are critical for me and my peers during college admissions. I strongly oppose giving students the choice to opt for either pass, fail, or letter grades for each one of their classes. Let me present a hypothetical example to illustrate my point. A junior has a single rigorous AP course this term and does not want to risk getting a B or C in the class, yet he or she is confident about the other regular classes in his/her school, and thus he or she opts to have letter grades for their schedule except the one AP class. When it's time for judgment day in the admissions office at colleges this fall, and the admissions officers notice that the single pass-fail grade is in that rigorous AP class, what will they make of it? Was the student too lazy to put in the effort into that AP class? Does the student not love learning? Will they be able to succeed at our institution? Thus, the student is put at a disadvantage compared to a majority of the other applicants who either spent their entire junior spring term with pass-fail or letter grades. But what can the student say? Is it his/her fault for not being confident enough to succeed in that class with distant learning? Does he/she require personal face-to-face interaction to perform well academically? How will admissions officers know about this? Even if the student could explain this in their application, would that take away space from describing other difficult circumstances in their lives? Therefore, I strongly urge FCUSD to not give the option to students to choose whether they want pass, fail, or letter grades in each one of the classes. If FCUSD truly does want to give such an option, I request to make that option restricted to all classes, meaning that students must keep grading either pass, fail, or letter grades consistent for their whole schedule. The next comment is submitted with no name. If all high schools within the district are not going to be held to the same criteria, then it's inappropriate to implement them at all. All should remain as the students were advised initially. Things should not change after the fact. It is the equivalent of placing a Band-Aid over a festering wound. It appears this is an effort to assist a small group, which will negatively impact those students who strive diligently for exemplary grades. It sends a negative message to the vast majority of students who are concerned about their college aspirations. The pass-fail request impacts them unjustly. The next comment was submitted with no name. Please consider the enormous issues surrounding equity. Many high school students left school in March with ample time to raise grades after perhaps not performing well for the first part of the semester or on midterms. With the online environment, there has been no opportunity for graded work to raise those grades, and retroactively doing so now would be unfair. With so little time left in the semester, the approach that causes the least harm to all is to consider A's for all, so that all students are put on a level playing field. As a parent, the inconsistency I've seen in online assignments does not permit equitable grading. Using the grades from March is unfair to students as they had no idea their opportunities were limited to the first half of the semester. A's for all doesn't harm any student. Providing an A to one student doesn't diminish the A of another. Thank you for your consideration. One moment. The next comment was submitted by Jessica Kahn. I write as FCUSD Teacher of the Year, nationally board certified teacher, renewed and dedicated educator for almost 30 years. Please vote to adopt the MOU addendum as written by the hardworking bargaining team. The emotional and economic effects of the pandemic are distributed unevenly across the entire district, country, and world. It is a pandemic. Students in all parts of the district have been significantly impacted. Teenagers have issues with identity. Some struggle with food insecurity, and others feel the pressure about getting into the college of their choice. These pressures are not due to the pandemic. The pandemic has exacerbated the effect of these pressures and added new ones. The MOU addendum would protect students who require support that is unavailable due to emergency distant learning protocols. It is time to unite the district in support of all students. If all FCUSD high school students earn credit no mark for this semester, a possible consequence would be giving a few students undeserved credit, potentially making little difference in their overall achievement. Another consequence would be that some may not raise their GPA or be as competitive as they desire for school. It is not fair. And I understand that if this is your child, this appears untenable. However, while we cannot know for certain the effect of any decision made, I vote yes. Some hardworking privileged students may have negative consequences, some may not. But we know that the opt-in system of letter grades will negatively affect those already dealing with crisis due to pandemic. I think this is the time for courageous action without concern for the actions of surrounding districts. The message we need to give all of our students is that the fortunate among us are willing to be minimally disadvantaged in support of those who have been profoundly affected by COVID-19. I am in support of the proposed MOU addendum. The next comment was submitted by Michael Myers. Having a lawyer as a board member who supposedly always does his homework and does his best to stay informed of this topic makes me wonder why he makes the statement, "I'm confused." Seems to me the only thing this gentleman is really confused about is his ethical responsibility to all of the students of this district and not just to his children at Folsom High School. You seem to forget do no harm. The grading policy must be fair and equitable. Cordova matters just as much, if not more than Folsom. They are the oldest school after all. I'll end it here. I'm ashamed of Mr. Reed's antics and his attempts of controlling the narrative, or even his constant "let me explain my vote," as if that will sway the board or public. Maybe you should stick to your bully pulpit in parents of Folsom High. The next comment was submitted with no name. It seems like equity is used for convenient purposes. We do harm around opportunity and access all of the time. Today, we received a notice about online graduation opportunities. Was equity considered? When we are quarantined again next year, will it again be equitable? Will you forego grades again? According to this explanation, yes, not acceptable. The next comment was submitted by Annie Sick. I would like to address the board about grade options. We are from Folsom High and do not have the 2 quarters of completed classes Vista has. Since FHS is a traditional school versus Vista's block program, an equitable solution would not be to lump us together with the same option. The next comment was submitted with no name. This is education for none. Kids are not going to engage. Happy summer, everyone. Hope you enjoy your bonus time off, teachers. This is absolutely shameful. The next comment was submitted with no name. For clarity, please describe exactly how does this policy apply to Vista Del Lago? It is not clear from the MOU. The next comment was submitted with no name. It is not fair to me that I can't earn my grade. Let us choose. The next comment was submitted with no name. I am a mild moderate teacher at Cordova High School. Since distance learning has begun, engagement of the 70 students that I teach daily there has been minimal involvement. I hold daily conferences, on average 8 students attend. Also through Schoology, I post daily check-in discussion questions. More students answer and engage in these check-ins. On average, 20 students reply daily. I am asking the board, district officials, anyone really, does anyone have ideas of how to get more engagement? Way to incentivize engagement of students? Are there special monies available to increase engagement? I apologize, that doesn't seem to be grade specific. The next comment was submitted by Andre Serrano. I support decisions from the board that are fair and equitable to all or the majority of students, including students with disadvantages. Post-grade credit, pass, or no credit is fair and equitable given the circumstances caused by the global pandemic that many are dealing with. Please approve your proposed grading policy. If you decide not to and choose a different policy, please include an explanation as to how it is even more fair and equitable than the currently proposed one. The next comment with no name. How will AP be considered? How will AP be considered taken this term for GPA? The next comment submitted with no name. Understand this helps kids that are struggling. However, how this puts our competitive kids, without knowing how colleges are going to take into consideration, how are we making this call? The next comment, respectfully, Ms. Alleman is incorrect. CSU and UC do not accept transcripts until after graduation. Grades are self-reported based on semester grades. So a missing semester grade has an impact. There is an imbalance in our district because Vista juniors will have 3 semesters and 60 graded credits to report, while a FHS, CHS will have 30 or 35, absolutely a disadvantage. The next comment was submitted with no name. SAT are optional too. The next comment submitted with no name. My only question is, how will the trajectory system work for Vista students? The next comment submitted with no name. Hello, I had a question. When you are referring to Q3 grades, are you talking about current grades? Because a lot of teachers were giving assignments during distance learning so that we can improve our grades. And a lot of people's grades improved after Q3. Personally, I even had a teacher who put in an assignment after Q3 grades were finalized, even though it was due before Q3. There are 4 more comments just to give you a timeline here. One moment, I need to refresh.
Yes, please do.
Okay. This next comment was submitted by an anonymous student from Folsom High School. I do not think that putting Q3 grades on our transcripts would benefit the students at all, even if it is an option, as students have been given opportunities to improve grades through distance learning and have been putting time and effort into the assignments they work on as a way of improving their grades and continuing their learning process. Therefore, it would be highly detrimental to many students' consciousness if all the work they had done past the March 13th mark had disappeared, and the grade that would be placed on their transcript if they chose this option would be their grade by March 13th. Additionally, students would fear taking the other option of putting credit, as they would think that it would put them at a disadvantage compared to those who choose the option of putting their grades, regardless of whether colleges say that they won't take into account this semester. To that extent, an idea proposed would be to give the students the option to put their current grades into their transcript or their grades by the end of the year, giving them the time to improve their grades and continue their learning process, knowing that they can improve their situation. The next comment submitted with no name. So if a student has a D and he wants to increase their grade to an A or B, will that be possible now, or will the student have to take a credit? The next comment submitted by student. If a student has a D, will he be forced to take a credit, or can they still get an A? The student might have been sick and done bad on a few tests, but was still planning to get an A or B through finals or other tests. 3 more comments. The next comment submitted by Ryan Alvarado. As a junior student, I think we should be giving the choice to use our grades in our GPA. During online learning, I don't think we have less work or less stress than we would in the classroom. If anything, we have more work thrown on us and stress from being on our own with minimal contact from others. I'm applying for colleges this fall. This means these grades are crucial. If I am not able to raise my grade this term, I feel that I will not be able to fulfill my highest potential GPA, even though colleges might not look at GPA as much. I believe a higher GPA will still give me a greater chance to get into my college of choice. The next comment was submitted by Anonymous. I approve of the pass-fail system proposed by the board. While many may be stating that this system proposal is unfair, it is in fact the exact opposite. While focusing on grades would be supportive for those who have in sense over encumbered themselves, having an A for all system would be in reality fair to all students. Using the A for all system would be extremely beneficial to those who have felt or are feeling stressed by the global situations we have been faced with. People seem not to realize that while we understand that many have worked hard for their grades, the opposite plan would leave all of those who have struggled and are continuing to struggle in the dust. Please think about this and realize how you are wrongly defining fairness based on the situation. I approve the proposed policy. And the final comment I will read, submitted by Joseph M. I personally do not feel that choice is equitable. If a student opts not to request for their grades, colleges will view this as they are trying to hide something. Additionally, many teachers are not providing any guidance regarding methods to improve their grades. If a student in one class has the opportunity to raise their grade when another does not, this is far less equitable than a pass-fail system. A's for all is just ridiculous because it is functionally no different from pass-fail and just gives further reason to stop caring about school. And with that, I know that people are in the waiting room and have an opportunity to raise hand and voice, and I would encourage anybody watching to please use that option as well to share your comments.
Thank you. I do see the number of raised hands. Currently at 21, I will allow all of those participants to speak. I do want to hear from them. I'm pretty sure the board wants to hear from them. We are looking at 3 minutes only. Once you exceed that 3-minute time, your mic will be muted. So with that being said, the first person.
Mr. Clark, that will be Chelsea Gaynor.
Welcome, Ms. Gaynor.
I am in favor of passing the MOU tonight. Good evening, school board, Superintendent Koligian, and other stakeholders. As I address the board tonight, I ask you listen to understand instead of listening to respond. My name is Chelsea Gaynor Cunha, and I am speaking tonight to encourage the board to approve the new MOU addendum. I have been a teacher at Mitchell Middle School for the last 5 years, and I am a member of the district-appointed equity leader team. I would like to remind the board that the Equity Leader team was put in place as a direct result of the state of California designating Folsom Cordova Unified School District significant in other words, the state recognizes the inequity in Folsom Cordova Unified School District and is mandating that the district confront it. I am not here tonight to lecture about the inequity we all need to admit exists in our district, but to encourage us to come together as passionate educators and advocates for all of our students and make the choice that benefits everyone, from the most privileged to the most needy. We need to shift our focus away from divisive arguments and instead focus on what we all have in common. This isn't about us versus them, Folsom versus Rancho Cordova. There is no doubt in my mind that everyone involved, including parents, teachers, district officials, and all of the school board members, care about the well-being and success of our students. Passion about learning and love for our students is what brought all of us here tonight. Let's not forget that. That is why I encourage the board to pass the new MOU addendum. The grading policy that is being proposed ensures that all students can compete with their peers and students are not in danger of making a choice they are not informed enough to make on their own. Some argue that other school districts in the area and across the state have adopted policies that allow students to choose to receive a letter grade. Therefore, Folsom Cordova should do the same. I urge you to realize that the argument, everyone else is doing it, so we should too, has never, nor will ever, be synonymous with doing the right thing. I implore our district to rise above and become an area leader in equity for all. I believe after a decision to pass the MOU is made tonight, other school districts will look to Folsom Cordova Unified School District for leadership. Making the decision to pass the new MOU tonight is the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gaynor.
Next, Mr. Clark, is Brandy Gunn.
Welcome, Ms. Gunn.
Hi. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Gunn?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, ma'am.
Okay. So you asked us to state if we were for or against the proposal. I'm against the proposal on the table. I'm here tonight to plead with the board to not rush to approve this proposal. Don't allow the panic and pressure of our district, our teachers, their union, or even our community to push us into a decision that is not the right decision. We must remember that our children should have a voice and a choice in how they want to be represented on their transcripts. This is their future, not yours and not mine. I strongly urge the board to reject this proposal and go back to consider separating the policies for our very different high school programs and give our Folsom and Cordova students choice and GPA credit for the work completed in their second semester. For Vista Del Lago, it would be based on their second semester. We talk about doing no harm, but when we remove choice, with the removal of choice and the GPA calculations for our students, we will do quite the opposite. For students who are applying to any college, when all things are equal, the same courses, the same sports, same clubs, but differing GPAs, you cannot guarantee or hope or assume that any college across this country won't look at the two and just select the student with a higher GPA than our student whose second semester GPA was not recalculated to reflect their work. At just 4:30 this evening, my daughter received an email reply from the college admissions counselor from UCSB. She explicitly stated, and I'm quoting, "The UCs will only accept your semester grades on the UC application." She went on to say that you're welcome to talk about your quarter grades or list them in the additional comment section, but it will be up to the discretion of each campus whether or not they will use that in their selection. Without the recalculated semester grade, just as the hundreds of thousands of other students around the country are doing, all of our Folsom Cordova students applying to college will be harmed by this proposal. For students reliant on a specific GPA, even a 2.0, which can qualify them for financial aid or scholarships or even sports participation at the junior college level, we are harming them. For students who have sacrificed and worked harder than ever to get their grades up over the last 9 weeks of education they received in the classroom and achieved that grade they were seeking to demonstrate their improvement, we are harming them. For students who choose to participate in honors AP courses and even sign the required contract with our school that they'll put their best effort forward for the benefit of earning that one extra GPA point, we are harming them. We must not sacrifice all these parts of our student population based on the call for equity, as this is clearly not an equitable or harmless solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gunn.
Next, Mr. Clark, is VM Gonzalez.
Ms. Gonzalez, welcome. Ms. Gonzalez.
Unmute. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. I want to say the last speaker, I agree with her. I oppose this for the myriad of explanations she brought forth, and I think rather eloquently. Again, not to dismiss those children who come from disadvantaged backgrounds. I came from similar disadvantaged backgrounds myself. I worked for 4 years in high school. I took care of my siblings. We had no money. I had to help with all those. Yet I was able to have a 3.89 GPA through 4 years of high school. Those students who want to achieve, regardless of their circumstances, there are choices given to them. I agree that all of our choices that we make ourselves or the individuals that we are in the future. By saying we're going to make everything equitable and giving a pass-fail to our children and not allowing them the choice for those that are trying to succeed to the best of their ability, had you given me this type of, or not even given me the choice, and just let me know if you chose to pass this as a child or a student in a 4-year system currently, because of the pandemic that we have going on, and that it might be a detriment to my future collegiate, wants and desires, that's horrid. It's horrid for those students that are trying their hardest, regardless of their fiscal, financial backgrounds. If you want something bad enough and you're driven and motivated, somehow there are opportunities out there to make it happen. So yeah, I do not agree with this pass or fail. It's not going to harm everybody, because it does on both ends of the spectrum. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
Next is-
Gonzalez.
Sorry. Next is Stephanie Bigatti.
Ms. Bigatti, welcome.
Thank you. It's Biagini.
Sorry about that.
Oh, that's
No
okay.
problem.
So I strongly disagree with the proposed grading policy to offer a pass and pass mark for grading of high school students. I am a professor at Sacramento State, and I just wanted to provide some context from that perspective. Even though I'm speaking as a teacher, as a parent, there is some information that I know that was brought up earlier today. First of all, Sacramento State students will have the choice to have traditional grades, pass or credit, no credit, as well as a hybrid between the two, where they can get a grade of A through C minus, and then a no credit after that. So I wanted to provide that. In addition, I wanted to then address admissions at the CSU in general, which is, it is done by numerical calculations, strictly metrics, and the CSU system at this point does not have a current system that allows them to take a more holistic approach, nor do we know when one might be developed, and if it would be developed in time for the fall admission cycle when it begins. My daughter actually did send in a comment this morning, but it wasn't read. And so I just wanted to say that one of the things that she wanted to say as a high achieving student, although she is a freshman, she wanted to speak on behalf of the sophomores, juniors, and seniors who would be impacted. And she wanted them to be able to have their grades stand, because they are working very hard for their grades, much like the students that we heard in the other comments.
She was wondering why her voice was being silenced. She was wondering why the student representative on the school board, her opinion didn't, it seemed to her as if her opinion didn't matter. We were listening on Tuesday. In addition, she wanted to say something about those students in AP classes and how in this system, pass-fail, they do not have an opportunity to raise their GPA with the 5-point scale that they might be able to do. And although we heard that the GPA cannot go up or down, it does impact them in the future because there are fewer units that are being calculated into their GPA. So that was the perspective I wanted to share. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is Ty Shepard.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Sorry, I'm deployed overseas right now during a military deployment, but I'll try to be brief, be brilliant, be gone. Basically, I disagree with the current policy, and I recommend we move to a hybrid model as far as with the with having grades and then obviously sticking with what's currently in motion. The students have done a half a semester in school already, so I mean to look at that, it's not like they haven't done any of the semester or anything else, but half of it has been in. As far as other states, I mean, our students will be going to schools here in California, but also throughout the nation and competing against students throughout the nation. Washington State, Los Angeles County, the largest school district, New York State, has all adopted this hybrid model for high school students just so they can be competitive. And so board members and other folks aren't restricting potential opportunities for high potential students. Definitely agree with the inequitable. Obviously, a lot of the discussions that you had early on were about lower performing students, which I completely agree that we need to look, but I believe in looking at a holistic approach as far as performers as well. Collegiate desires as far as for some of the students is both academics and sports. Again, there's a lot of maybes, possibilities, might haves, but I would hate to restrict them based on not imposing a hybrid model. And then some of their hopes and desires may not become to fruition just because of that. And also, I recommend too looking at, it sounds like we kind of maybe had a little bit of a myopic view talking to local as far as like the CSUs, UCs, and CSUs here in the state, but a number of the students will be going out of state for colleges, and a lot of those have different viewpoints on that. And then the other thing is I don't understand the risk in using a hybrid model if you were going to make a decision, because it's not going to hurt or harm if you have it and you use that and leave it up to the students to their discretion. Appreciate the great discussion and the great input, and look forward to the decision. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Shepard, and thank you for your service, sir.
Next is Jeff Kalinovoski, and I'm really sorry if I don't say your names right.
Can you hear me?
Welcome, sir.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, Jeff, we can.
Thank you, sir. Hey, thank you guys for letting me speak. And I am also opposing the addendum as you guys are talking about today. And I don't want to repeat a lot of things that were already said in the last couple of discussions. I wholeheartedly agree with them. And frankly, I think board member Hoover and Reed the other day, I wasn't able to attend the meeting, but listened, and I think there was a lot of really good points brought up. One of the things that I'm really concerned about is this whole, we throw the words around equity and hold harmless and privilege, and I think there's a lot of animosity around those words. A lot of really negative things are there. I am for choice. I think in our country and in what we do, we're always built around choice, and it always gives us the best opportunity. And I'm really for the ability to make that choice. It helps the kids that need the help to be able to ask for credit, and it helps kids that put the effort in and want to do that. And a couple things I wanted to highlight from the other day that haven't been talked about. There was an original MOU that you guys voted on the other day. That original MOU had the choice. I'm assuming from the discussions with FCDA and everyone else that was the best option that was brought forward. So today's option is a second option because you failed that option. And I'm curious why we're looking at a secondary option when the option from the equity board and the FCA discussions, all of the teachers and everybody that got together discussed that, and that was what was put forth as the best option. I don't understand why that failed. There was no survey done of students and teachers officially. But yesterday, your student board member actually did do that, and she did get the opportunity to speak and say that she did talk to Cordova High, Folsom High, and Vista High students, and she heard a resounding feedback. Students want place. So again, we've started that as well. And what about kids that are on the bubble and of maybe getting into a school or not? And we're compounding this problem with not giving that little extra edge that they might. So to me, this proposal is second best because 3 people said no, the top recommendation was removed. And the other piece that I wanted to add is what about effort? There's no grade, there's no effort. What does this teach kids about perseverance? I grew up in not a great household and not a great environment. And I pulled through, I think, pretty well. And I think we need to do the same. So the last thing is, how does this set the precedent for future times? What happens if it happens again in the fall or next spring? Are we setting a precedent that might be even harming our kids even more? So thank you. Appreciate the time.
Thank you, Jeff.
Next is Arthur.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. President, board members, and member of the public. I wish I would have written this all down. I emailed each of you. Hopefully you were able to read my comments. Stephanie from Sacramento State actually reiterated some of my concerns about the colleges not being able to process these spring 2020 semesters correctly. Colleges are already going out of business. They're having lack of funds. This is going to require additional programming. I won't go into that very much. I will say one thing. I was supposed to say I'm against the MOU tonight. I am for A's for all, or A's for passing, or no credit. And I just want to make one comment. It seemed like listening to tonight, I believe it was Mr. Ogden said that they had considered that. And one of the pieces of information that helped make a determination not to go that way was that we pride ourselves on our integrity of our grades. I have a simple question. If the colleges are really ignoring this, our integrity is not in jeopardy. A's for all helps those students that actually worked hard this year and really put in the effort to make that. It gives hope to students who didn't. Yeah, they get a little bit better grade, but I think our students and everybody needs a little reprieve right now. Thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Next is Rachel.
Welcome, Rachel.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, ma'am.
I would like to start off by saying my mother and I's comment was not read, so here's a short summary. My name is Megan Wallace, a junior at Folsom High. I am against the current proposal. Student self-advocacy is now promoted by most surrounding districts, allowing each student to determine how to record this unprecedented time on their transcript. With the guidance of our amazing teachers and devoted counselors, students could have the control of what is rightfully theirs. FCUSD took that opportunity away Tuesday night. Our 3 high schools each have different, unique school profile reports. Each deserves a unique grading policy to meet this moment. A credit no-mark system has harmful implications with UC schools. Spring GPA not calculated, and loss of all spring honors points. Was my sleep not lost for nothing? A credit no-mark system, or as stated, UC and CSU do not have true holistic admission systems in place. Let's not assume they'll change. Also, SAT and ACT scores will not compensate the loss for GPA. I have had 2 test dates canceled already. Other local districts are not forcing a one-size-fits-all model on their students. Please do not force this on me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oops. I think I might have just lost someone, so please add yourself. Next is Jonathan Singh.
Welcome,
Hello?
Mr. Singh.
Oh, thank you. Can you hear me properly?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Just to start off, I would like to say I do not approve of the current MOU. So as we all know, the district is supposed to implement a grading system that, under the instruction from the CDE, as well as how Mr. Ogden stated, must, quote, hold students harmless. In order for that to happen, I believe there needs to be some sort of letter grade component in the system. Passing the grading system that will be voted on tonight will harm a population of high achieving competitive students. Based on what happened on the board meeting on Tuesday, I wanted to research what some of the colleges were doing in response to the current coronavirus pandemic. And I actually found that there are various colleges in their high-level programs that will not consider pass-fail marks. For example, a study completed by the Medical College of Ohio explained that approximately 90% of directors for collegiate medical programs will not, in fact, consider pass-fail marks when compared to letter grades. This is because a pass-fail system is simply too ambiguous for them and doesn't provide enough answers about specific students. Now, of course, a universal letter grade system is going to be much more harmful than what is presented. It puts too many students at a current disadvantage, which is why I'm not asking for that. I would rather suggest the choice option that many other people have suggested, or I personally suggest the A grade / no mark system. This provides students that are not passing that they will not be punished any differently from the current credit no mark system. The key difference here is that students who do fall into the passing range will be granted an A rather than a quote-unquote pass mark. This does nothing but benefit the students who are passing and ensures that competitive students are not brought down to a lower level. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Jonathan.
My apologies to Sharia Davis. I accidentally removed your raised hand. If you want to raise it again, I'll move you to the front of the line. In the meantime,
thank you, Martha. Just real quick, I would like to remind the public that we did receive numerous statements throughout today, along with the emails that we received. And I do know that the board, as well as myself, has read those statements, but the ones that are coming through right now are the ones that we are reading and actually letting them speak their voice. And of course, the ones that Angela read as well. So just to keep that on your radar. Thank you, Martha.
next is the leader.
Hello, sorry, leader is just my Zoom screen name. I apologize. My name is Vishruth Nagam. I'm currently a junior in Vista Del Lago High School, and I am against this policy or this proposal from the FCUSD. I would like to suggest giving students the option to choose credit or no mark or regular letter grades for the entire schedule, especially at Vista Del Lago High School, where there's no third quarter grade to base the final grade off of, unlike in Folsom High. Vista students do not have a quarter 3 grade because they have only completed their quarter 1 grade for their term 2 classes. So colleges will not be able to see what they would have been able to achieve in their second quarter, for they don't have grades to see how they can assess their trajectories. So I believe that it's not unfair. It's not fair for Vista students who may not have the assurance that they would have gotten an A if this lockdown did not happen. Unlike Folsom High students, for example, who do have an A and before the lockdown was in place. So I strongly propose to amend this policy so that credit, no mark, and regular letter grades can be given during this difficult time, so that Vista students can prove that they still can achieve their greatest success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next is Peter.
Welcome, Peter.
Hi, thank you. My name is Peter Weiss, and first of all, thank you for having me and allowing me to speak. And I want to first start by saying that I'm also against the proposal And I would also be in favor of a hybrid model. I disagree with Mrs. Gaynor's initial comments that the policy ensures parity. I think the policy does not ensure parity, and I think it's naive to think it does. I've also seen information from the University of California schools where they are stating that they'll only consider semester grades. That I think the fact that there have been a couple of parents that have brought this to the district's attention, the district doesn't know this, is very concerning. And I think that the idea that colleges will take, a more holistic approach to admissions, when for decades colleges have used quantitative measures to measure a student's academic success, is also naive, particularly in this case when the SATs have been canceled, the subject matter tests have been canceled, the AP tests have been modified, the SAT test was canceled in April, and we don't know what's going to happen with those tests in the summer. For many students, their GPA is the only measure of academic success that these colleges can look at. And if we, I think, very quickly take that away without at least considering some of the input we've had from the parents here tonight, I think the district is really doing a disservice to those students who have worked tirelessly day after day, week after week, month after month, and year after year to achieve these grades because they are high academic achievers and they have high aspirations. And that is an unfair result. That is not a fair result at all. And so with that, I would again voice my concern against this proposal. I think that the hybrid proposal is quite reasonable. It has been adopted by dozens and dozens of districts across the state. And I disagree with Mrs. Gaynor's comments that they're, just because they're doing it, we should do it. I don't think that's the way to look at it. I think the way to look at it is they've got it right. They understand the concerns that we have, and they did it right. And we have an opportunity to do the right thing too in Folsom, and we need to do that. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Next is Cherry.
Yes, welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm opposed to the MOU as written. And really, I'm not going to repeat things that have been said. My main concern is the fact that, admittedly, Don Ogden admittedly said they do not know how admissions are going to be handled in the future. We do not know how admissions are going to be handled in the future. And the decisions you guys are making or trying to make directly impact that. And to make that decision and take it out of the hands of the students and of the families, it seems reckless. I feel like this has been an emotional decision and not a practical decision in any way. I don't think that you're being very pragmatic about this. I feel that we're emotionally invested in what's going on. Of course, everyone is, but we're talking about grades. We're talking about GPA. We're talking about what these kids have been working on throughout their whole high school experience. And we're deciding to cut out a portion of that. And it doesn't make any sense to me. I think that it goes back to not having enough information. That I think that the feedback that you guys are getting, I don't know if you've asked the right people. It's very disturbing to me that the student body and the parents weren't polled on this, that this could have possibly been brought to your attention a lot earlier, and that there's not a just general awareness of what's going on in this decision that's being made. I think a lot of people make the assumption that we're doing what other districts are doing locally. And I think that if you guys approve this, the backlash is going to be horrendous. And it'll be too late at that point. But I really just cannot believe that we're even here right now having this discussion and that choice has been taken off the table. You do not know how this is going to impact our children in their admissions process. You do not know, but you're directly doing something that will affect it. that you do not know how it's going to affect them. That's all.
Next is Donna Brown.
Welcome, Ms. Brown.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I wanted to start with, out of all the people, and I was taking account of all the people that are opposed to it, and all the people that are opposed to it, all they mentioned was GPA. They never mentioned, how about our kids that are not, that are struggling day in and day out. One of the members of the board said, so what kind of things are we offering now that the coronavirus is out and whatever the pandemic? What do you mean, what are we offering? Almost nothing compared to what we offered before. These kids did not just have a problem before, after the coronavirus, it was before. My son had contact with his teachers every day, his coaches, his AD, board members, tutoring, mental health, anything he needed was there. It's not there now. So these kids that you say fought for their GPA, I'm so proud of them. I'm super proud. But you know what I'm more proud of? Are the kids that fought every single day to stay alive, to stay out of gangs, to do the right thing. Not one of the kids, of the students that talked tonight, talked about any kind of human kindness. It was only about the GPA that they worked for. Let me tell you guys something. One time I said to my son, why didn't you take that basket? That was your basket. He said, Mom, so-and-so never got to touch the ball all season. Let him have his, look how happy he is. I am for it. The teachers are for it. I'm for it. I don't know where your human compass is on compassion, but it doesn't lie on a GPA. And you guys said at the very last meeting, you said that if there was two options, if there was two options and they chose the easier option instead of the grade, they chose pass or no pass instead of a grade, on the admission form, they would have to explain why they took the easy way out. So let's say you guys are worried about, well, it was an AP class, or it was this, or it was that. How about you have to tell somebody, I got in some trouble. I didn't have anyone to watch my sister, my brother. My family had no money to buy food. They had to go out and get a second job. Why do we have to keep humiliating all these kids? It's disgusting. It's disgusting.
Thank you, Ms. Brown.
I hope tonight you guys use your moral compass and do the right thing.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. I appreciate the comment. What do we have?
Next is S.
Welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Saran. I had submitted this comment online, but it was not read. I'm against the proposed MOU. The proposed policy is inadequate and ignores significant aspects of equitability for students, their circumstances, course rigor, school schedules, and college admissions. A simple pass, no mark policy will be detrimental to many students applying to University of California, which is a large proportion of our students. Instead, please consider the following grading policy. Give each student a choice of the following for each of the courses. A, last semester's recorded grade be carried forward as the current semester's minimum grade for a given course. B, student can opt in to improve the grade to a better grade for a given course. And C, students can opt in to change the grade to pass or no mark for a given course. The principles supporting the above policy that I'm recommending are: 1, Distance learning in the COVID-19 situation is significantly worse and chaotic compared to pre-pandemic for every student. It is much worse for some students than others. The policy needs to be equitable for students with FCUSD within FCUSD and relative to other schools in the country. Many schools are giving letter grades and it will hurt our students. The policy should not penalize a vast majority of students that just happen to have been caught off guard in their academic journeys. These students would have continued on their normal grade trajectories had the pandemic not hit. This is the most important aspect to consider. Some students have significantly more difficult classes, example, AP and honors classes, than others, and it must be taken into consideration. A blanket pass, no mark policy totally ignores this. Course rigor cannot be ignored. An A in an AP course is not the same as an A in a non-AP course, but pass is same for both. Please read University of California COVID-19 policy for pass/no mark. If we don't give letter grades, it is going to hurt all our students. And it is going to hurt even more our students taking AP and honors classes. And finally, I'm also okay with A for all, assuming AP and honors classes continue to get a 5 for A grade. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Barbara.
Barbara, welcome. Barbara?
I will continue. Next is Wesley.
Wesley, welcome. Mr. Tepper?
I don't hear anything.
He's muted. Mr. Tepper?
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry about that. I'm using my son's account. This is his Zoom account for school.
Oh.
I am not in favor of the credit, no credit. And quite honestly, I don't believe that this is an issue of equity at all, considering the fact that Mr. Ogden said that this decision was made with the teachers and the equity initiative portion wasn't even brought to the table until after the fact. So I don't think it's fair to put the issue of the teachers not wanting to give grades onto the public under the guise that it's between the haves and the have-nots. Mr. Hoover's question earlier about what about the child that's losing out on the opportunity to raise his or her grade from a D? And Ms. Cook-Harvey was pretty flippant in her response and said that a no credit is better than a D. Well, no, a C is better than a D, a B is better than a D, and an A is better too. So there's a lot of kids working their rear ends off to raise their grades right now. Not giving these kids the option to show their fortitude is inequitable. And what about the kids that, you know, all year long, they're super stressed out about maintaining their grades? At Vista Del Lago, they have a challenge success program about how to relieve the stress from a lot of these kids. So what we're doing now is essentially telling the kids that, well, if this happens again, you're going to have to be at the top of your game every single day because whatever grade was placed might be on the books. So if you're not going to allow them to have the opportunity to raise their grade, that's not okay in my books. There's a lot of kids working really hard. In fact, I think the kids are working harder than the teachers. The teachers aren't in front of the Zoom camera enough teaching their classes. And my kid's working his rear end off, and I know others are too. So I am not in favor of the credit, no credit system.
Thank you.
Next is Teresa.
Teresa, welcome.
Hello, can you hear me properly?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I actually submitted a public comment, but it was not read for some reason, which I totally understand. But I approve of the addendum. As a current 11th grade student attending Cordova High School, I approve of the FCUSD board passing the 42920 addendum that would give students credit / no mark for the second semester of the 2019 through 2020 school year. After speaking to many of my peers, all of whom have different experiences, some want to go to UCs and beyond, some who just want to go to CSU, and some who are just trying to pass high school, I can firmly state that knowing all these different kinds of people, that credit / no mark is the fairest option for all students, especially those that are currently experiencing economic or mental hardship. If the board chooses not to pass this addendum, students and teachers deserve an explanation as to why. I've noticed that many of these public comments have been from people that attend Vista or Folsom High School, when Cordova High School is just as important. We're a unified school district, and yet I feel like only 2/3 of the voices are being heard. As an aspiring teacher, I am disappointed. As an aspiring member of the California Board of Education, I am disappointed. As a community member who has checked these people out in line, who have served coffee to them, who go attend with these people to church, I am disappointed in the fact that we are not taking into account the people who cannot speak for themselves. I am thoroughly disappointed. Just because your student is an AP student and is doing well and has all the access in the world to things that they need does not mean that someone else does. We must look further than our nose and consider all students in making these decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next is Gail.
Go ahead. I am.
Gail, welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi. My name is Caitlin Fitzpatrick, and I vehemently disagree with this proposal. As a senior at Folsom High School, I fully believe that the credit / no mark system is downright disrespectful to us students, and even more so to our peers at Vista Del Lago. I personally am an AP student, putting off my AP exam preparation to attend this meeting, and I would like to state that myself and my fellow students have worked tirelessly to earn our current grades. I and almost every single other student have lost sleep, suffered irreparable damage to our mental health because of stress and school pressure. And while it may not be healthy, it is the truth. We deserve, at minimum, the right to choose between credit, no mark, or a grade. It's our futures at stake, and I believe that both teachers and the school board have no right to decide what we have on our own transcripts. We put in the work. We should have the grades we earned reflected on our transcripts. I know my junior and underclassmen peers are beyond stressed about what this situation means for their education. And at this point, we have had so much change in our schooling due to the coronavirus that to take yet another choice out of our hands is more than unfair. I'm supposed to be headed to college in the fall, as are the majority of my peers. And regardless of our backgrounds, we have all had more or less the same opportunities through our school. I agree with the previous speakers who advocated against this. With the credit no mark system, we have no opportunity for improvement, which is even more detrimental to our education. And with A's for all, which some other previous commenters suggested, that is absolutely inequitable, especially to those of us who have earned our A's. And to Donna, who spoke earlier, I would like to explain that I have a chronic anxiety disorder. And while I understand that compassion is necessary, I'm speaking as a student who was promised by our principal that our grades would not be negatively impacted, and am suffering the consequences right now. Yes, I care about my GPA, but I care about my future more. I also put in a comment earlier which was not read. And again, I feel that our voices deserve to be heard much more than those of the school board. You are not the ones whose futures depend on these grades. I have had the majority of my senior events canceled. I am losing all of my chances for closure, for last memories with my friends before I move across the country for college. I urge you not to take away our right to the grades we earned. If you aren't willing to consider all of our opinions, I don't think you deserve to make the choice. Thank you for your consideration, and to reiterate, I am fully opposed to this proposition.
Thank you, Ms. Fitzpatrick. Just a reminder that before 4 o'clock, the board did receive your comments. So if they're not being read, or if you don't think you were heard, trust me, you were heard. I know many of us probably took the day off to sit and read again the 180 plus emails and all the board comments that came in. So I just want to let you know that yes, your voice is being heard, and we did hear you. So let's go with the next person.
The next person is Daniel.
Mr. Daniel, welcome, sir.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm sorry, Daniel.
It's okay. My name is Stephanie, and I know I'm on my husband's account.
No worries.
A couple things I just want to bring up. You know, I am against the policy. And as previously stated, this district is not a one-size-fit-all. So why are we considering a one-size-fit-all solution? We also have no idea what out-of-state schools are doing. We've heard a little bit about maybe Arizona and some of the other states, but there are 48 other states where we don't know what's going on, and a lot of these kids do plan to leave the state. This could cause harm, which goes directly against this no harm equity policy that you guys are trying to put forth. Regarding the equity policy, I feel it's completely draconian and heavy-handed approach because parents, students, and teachers have not officially been surveyed. Everything is being assumed. There are credible assumptions that thrown around that a certain population of our society is not going to understand the ramifications of making a choice on how to accept their grades. If there are concerns on understanding pass, fail, or accepting a letter grade, then it is the school board's and the superintendent's job to educate them. People are talking about people not having a voice. Give them a voice. I don't know why everybody wasn't surveyed. And earlier somebody had mentioned that that's not policy. Well, we're in the whole new ball game that policies are constantly being adapted right now. Sorry. As far as compassion and moral compass, this isn't a competition for suffering. It is a huge assumption to think that we know what any of these kids are going through. They are all going through tough times, and it to me, it's a moot point. Everybody's suffering. It is it's tough. My last comment is actually a question I like to have, hopefully you guys have an answer to. If distance learning continues into the fall, whether at the beginning or later on, the policy decided upon, will this continue forward, or is it something that will be revisited if we go back into a distance learning situation? That's it.
Thank you.
Next is Eva.
Welcome, Eva.
Good evening, board members. My name is Eva Boster. I'm a junior at Vista Del Lago High School, and I will be graduating this coming December. I oppose this MOU before you tonight for the same reasons Mr. Hoover highlighted. The proposal will not let me improve my GPA for my admissions and scholarship opportunities. As other speakers have already highlighted, a student's GPA will be more weighted in a holistic system due to the loss of 8 SAT and ACT scores. This is one of my last opportunities I will have to improve my grades before I apply to schools. If you approve this MOU tonight as is, you will be harming my future opportunities and not adhering to the directive that, quote, hold students harmless. I will be competing for academic scholarships so I can afford to go to college. By limiting my choices tonight, you are harming my future opportunities and making me less competitive for the scholarships I need. None of the administrators present could assure you of the impact of your decisions tonight. The only logical options that will not hurt anyone, is either letting us choose our grades as an option or give A's to all the students. This way that everybody gets credit, and I will rightfully earn the GPA that I have worked so hard for. Selecting either of these options do no harm to anybody. Please do not harm my opportunities tonight with your decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is M. Hasselman.
Welcome.
Hi. I also oppose the current MOU and also would be in favor of a hybrid model. I just want to say that I know we've talked a lot about the district, but
it is very interesting that Los Angeles, who is very diversified, the largest school district in the state, has now followed San Diego, the second largest district, by adopting a policy of issuing grades for the spring semester, based also upon of the grade earned. I've heard much discussion about equity and how those in lower socioeconomic areas are impacted. My argument is that you might be hurting some of those individuals more by not allowing a choice for them to petition for grades. Certain kids only have their grades to show colleges they are college ready. They might not have the opportunity to join in on extracurricular activities or to improve their grades through taking college summer courses. Their transcript is everything. Second semester is a time for kids to improve on their first semester grades, and you are taking that away from them. I heard someone say that third semester grades are often the worst. From what I know, third semester is really a chance for kids to improve if they have not done so well in the first semester. So taking that away is difficult. There's so many different situations and scenarios that I believe it's only equitable to allow a choice. It states the solution you are proposing is hold harmless. This is not what I understand to be hold harmless. That would be giving the kids the option so that protected kids with challenging circumstances without hurting those that need the credit for their efforts. I realize you have a really hard job in front of you. However, I know you want to do what is best for the students, so please consider our comments. If the option for second semester grades is also off the table completely because of the vote, perhaps you can be creative and only allow it for certain high schools that are more impacted, or perhaps take the grades they received in the third trimester and maybe allow them to improve their first semester grade based on those. Anything is better than just one choice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Michael.
Can you hear me? Am I there?
Yes, you are.
Great. First off, I just would like to say thank you for this opportunity. And second off, that the number one consideration here should be the students. I am the product of a California education system. I'm the son of a public school teacher, the nephew of school teachers, the nephew of board members, the cousin of kids in your schools today, but more importantly, I was a public school kid myself. Our country has placed an unprecedented amount of stress on California students and students across the nation. For more than a decade, there's been the upheaving of expectations for our students. You have to take AP. Oh, now you have to take 3 AP classes. Oh, now you still can't get into a California school unless you have over a 4.0 GPA and have already cured cancer and other things among them. We have let down our populace and our students especially. We've placed stress that nobody can handle. In the same time that these stress and expectations have risen, suicide rates have gone up, and students are constantly feeling that they are not enough. And there's more doubt about tomorrow than ever before, as we see today. If we look at today's times, we see that there's an uncertainty that we've never seen in our lifetimes, and I pray we never see again. There's no guidance for what tomorrow brings, and we're at the perils of our leaders for what moves we make in the days, months, and year ahead. If we look back, this March of 2020 was the first March in almost 2 decades that there's not been a school shooting in the United States. But what has leadership done about that? What amendments have we made to protect our students in our schools every day? Students are still fed to schools, and there's no leadership or safety in what tomorrow brings. But that stress has been okay. It is not acceptable for us to look at the status quo and not amend it for what it has been. I've been an AP student, and I honestly chose not to take that many. Why? Because I played collegiate or high school sports and did many other extracurricular activities that I thought were peril to my education. And it got me into college. It got me into numerous grad schools, and it got me jobs. I made it. But yes, I underwent some of the same stress that the students today go through. And it's devastating to see that this stress is not being rewarded. We have forced this right upon our students, and now in these unprecedented times, we're seeing we must not create a path where this stress and this unnoticed effort goes unnoticed in our communities. Our students are our future. We have to create a future where we prepare the leaders who can keep our country safe and never allow this type of disaster we are seeing today to ever happen again. As they say, education is for improving the lives of others and for leaving your community and world better than we found it. We must stand up for our future and stand up for our students. Listen to the students who have been losing nights of sleep, not having sleepovers with their friends, and days of studying to put themselves apart from others to get into colleges. We have to prepare leaders, and we cannot punish those who have taken this path and spent their high school careers bursting to get into a school of their dreams, or any school for that matter. At the end of the day, this experience is going to teach students more than anything the classrooms ever will. We have had to unite as people to care for those in need, and now more than ever have changed our ways so that those who are most at risk are protected every day. We have changed the nation, and we will always have a long path back to normalcy. Let us support these students and give those who put their lives on hold to get into college the rewards of their work.
All right.
If you go on Google,
Thank you, sir. All right, who's next? I'm really trying to keep this to 3 minutes, you guys.
Shelly is next.
Shelly, welcome.
Hi, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can, Ms. Frost.
Okay, thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I sent in my kind of organized thoughts earlier, and I appreciate the responses I got from the board members. Thank you for the time that you're spending on this issue. The only thing I'd like to say, in addition to what I've already sent in, is that I strongly oppose this amendment. And the reason I oppose it is because I don't think it's equitable at all. I think a lot of talk has been made about equity, yet I feel that only one set of students has been considered. And so somebody said, who's going to stand up and advocate for the underprivileged? I would be the first person to do that. While my children are not in that category, I absolutely think that those kids should have the opportunity to make a decision in what grade they're given, whether it's a letter grade or they should be given a pass, no pass, credit, no mark. At the same time, I believe that if you want to call them that, my privileged children should be able to choose the grade that they're given for the efforts that they've put in. My daughter, trying to receive a 4.5 GPA in 3 AP classes this year, does not matter one bit to her for going to college. She's already in where she's going, but she continues to work 3 or 4 hours a day on these classes because she loves learning, because she wants to have those classes under her belt for college. And I think that giving her a pass, no pass, when she's still putting in A grade effort, just is inconsiderate and unfair. And I don't think that just for my child. I know there are plenty of kids out there. There's been a lot of talk about kids being privileged in Folsom and not privileged elsewhere. I just want to speak about 2 kids I know in Folsom. One Folsom High student I know drives to a hotspot so that she can use the internet to do her homework for her AP classes. She has to drive to a park to find a hotspot for Wi-Fi so that she can do her homework and connect. To give her a pass, no pass, for the effort that she's putting in for those classes would be a huge slap in the face. And if a decision comes out saying that that's the case, my guess would be she'll stop going to the hotspot. The second thing I'd like to say is that every student deserves to have a voice. And after listening to this conversation, I would say most of the parents and many of the students who've spoken tonight are from Folsom, but I feel like our voice hasn't been heard. The intro to this entire conversation was about equity, and things were stated like equity needs to be we want to do the best things for the student that has the least amount of ability to do distance learning.
Excuse me, Ms. Frost, your time is up. Thank you so much for your comment. Okay, who do we have?
Sorry, I muted myself. Next, Mr. Clark, is Amanda.
Amanda, welcome.
Thank you so much, Board. I really appreciate you taking the time to listen. I work for the district. I have not prepared a speech, but in listening to what people are saying, I feel that I need to speak up. I am absolutely 100% behind this MOU. I believe it should stand as it is, and I am really disheartened by the dichotomy I have heard between the Folsom Cordova families in this audience tonight. I have heard more than 5 different people speak, mentioning Folsom High School and mentioning Vista Del Lago High School, completely not mentioning Cordova High School at all. I have heard a lot of misinformation. I heard one parent say that SATs are not going to be available, that GPAs count more than ever. I have a daughter who's a junior, who has a 4.3 GPA. I have no problem with her receiving a credit for her work this year. About the emotional investment, I know. I have sat with my daughter every week while she cried hot tears over the amount of work that she had. It isn't, and then I've heard people say that there's no emotional investment. We need to be pragmatic. Well, actually, what is happening, in fact, is that you are being insanely emotional. All you are doing is trying to advocate for your child, which is wonderful. Who doesn't want to advocate for their child? But the point is, who is advocating for the children whose parents can't? And that is your job as a board. Your job is to do the best thing. No, not everyone's going to be happy. They are not. But your job is not to think about your own personal needs, but to think about every single student in your district. I need to read something from you because I've heard so much misinformation from board members, from people who have been speaking. This is actually from the grading policy in the time of COVID-19 from the California Collaborative on District Reform. They talk about all the different school districts, San Francisco, Santa Clara, Los Angeles, and what they're all doing, okay? They're not all. I've heard people say that the majority of the school systems are using a hybrid method. That is absolutely untrue and unfounded. One of the things that they state is that allowing students to improve their grades during closures, school systems may end up privileging those students with the technology, access, homeworking conditions, and supports needed to take advantage of that opportunity. The results, some students who struggled early in the school term will thrive, while others with similar early performance will not. These differences are likely to track closely to patterns of advantage. That is page 4, California Collaborative on District Reform. This is absolutely an emotional argument. And for all of you to sit here and claim that you have the best interest of students in mind is ridiculous. I've heard that teachers are not teaching. Some of the teachers I know have 3 and 4 kids at home. I've heard that my student deserves this. There are dozens.
Ma'am, thank you. Sorry we had to cut you off. We are limiting our time to 3 minutes and 3 minutes only, but thank you for your comments. What do we have next?
Sorry, next is Annie.
Hi there. Thank you for giving me the chance to speak, and I'm going to keep this really short, I promise. You've heard most of the things that I have to say, and I won't repeat them. I do oppose today's addendum. As you heard from the Sac State professor Biaghetti, humans aren't making initial admissions decisions for our students. Computers are, especially for kids who aren't going to Ivy League and highly selective schools. It really doesn't matter what they put in their comments. They're looking at kids as numbers. And the other point is students really deserve to the choice to count their GPA. And if we all believe that, then why wouldn't we just ask students what they want? It's equitable for everybody. I've heard that we have more Folsom kids on than Cordova kids and parents and representation. And I think that's probably true. And it may have a lot to do with access and awareness of this meeting even. If you believe that's true, let's go ask them what they think. Go put a survey out like we did for senior events, and let's hear from the public. Let's hear what other people actually want. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you.
Next is Jane.
Hi. I am in favor of the MOU as written. GPA is simply an average of 4 years of school, and 1 semester shouldn't drastically affect the GPA if the student has been consistent in their learning throughout their education. If your high-achieving student has been consistent, a single semester changes your GPA by mere decimal places. Mathematically, it represents 12.5% of their educational time. In life, we don't always get a choice. I didn't choose to completely alter the way I present my lessons to online only. Then the students definitely didn't choose distance learning, much like the millions of workers out there who have lost their jobs because they aren't considered essential, some of which are the parents and students in our district who didn't have a choice to lose their job, and my heart goes out to them in this trying time. As a teacher, to ask me to give my students a letter grade that must be the same or higher than what they had at the quarter would make me question, how should I decide by how much to improve their grade? We went out at the quarter, So should I allow it to raise 50%? And then I think about the ability to complete distance learning as predicated on having access to the internet and a computer. And that means, again, only the privileged truly have the opportunity to improve their grade. And we all know about the apps these days, the websites and whatnot, Google, Wikipedia, PhotoMath. How can I even ensure that it's the student completing the work? How do I know that they're not using an app or have an older sibling passionate about my subject? I also happen to know that the cumulative final that would have been given in my math class would undoubtedly drop some of my students by a whole letter grade. I can only assume other subjects have the same cumulative final that does the same thing. So to ask me to stamp some grade on your transcripts, which I know is not truly reflective of how this semester really would have ended, I'm sure the colleges know that as well. Now, when I first heard about this credit, no credit option as a teacher, I was sad for my A students that work hard and rock every test I put before them. But I also have to think about that D student that's just scraping by and right now could be in simple survival mode. Okay, being able to access internet, or maybe they're essential workers and they're stressed out about, or do they have COVID? Okay, I can't just think of my A students. I have to think about all of my students, and my A students definitely don't represent the majority. It sounds like some of you are here simply to get that A stamped on your transcript, and the MOU is going to allow your quarter grade to be reflected in your transcript. It just won't calculate into your GPA. And if you're here and you are consistent, that means you're fighting for mere decimal places. And I think that's sad, and it makes me question your heart and compassion for others during this pandemic, a pandemic that have turned all of our lives upside down. As a teacher, I need this decision to be made so I can stop sending generic emails to parents saying, I'm still waiting on the district for guidance for grading at this time. This decision needs to be what's best for most, not just what's best for who could attend this meeting. As we all know, we're never going to unanimously agree on anything.
Thank you, Ms. Smith.
Next, Mr. Clark, is Christina.
Christina, welcome.
Thank you. I'm a teacher at Vista Del Lago High School, and I'm voicing my support tonight for the proposed amendment to the MOU. In the past few days, I have listened to and read comments that are in direct opposition to the profound amount of pragmatic educational research that has been compiled on the subject of student social and emotional learning, the equity concerns that are raised by the presence of grades during a global crisis, and the integrity of a credit no-mark grading system. The sheer fact that we are hearing students speaking tonight about loss of sleep over completing schoolwork to achieve an A right now is the exact reason that this MOU must pass. This is not the time to throw our students into further crisis by worrying about grades as opposed to learning and their social, emotional, mental, and physical health. During the school year, I'm constantly reminding my students to choose sanity. And in this moment, we need to all choose not only sanity, but equity as well. I recently created a YouTube video because that's how I often now teach, with a fellow teacher about the American dream and the Horatio Alger myth. While I know this video benefited my students who were able to access it, I also know that not all of them could due to their lack of access and resources. Funnily enough, these concepts I taught, along with Of Mice and Men, are directly related to the situation we find ourselves in today. The idea that students can just pick themselves up by their bootstraps and that their hard work will ultimately lead to their success regardless of their current disadvantages and the circumstances that they find themselves in is simply false. We need to recognize that many of our students are working at a disadvantage. Many are lacking devices, reliable Wi-Fi, and the time to complete their work due to the circumstances they find themselves in. This is not their fault, and we cannot hold that against them. I know I'm not the only person who gets a daily text message that lunch is available for pickup at various locations for those students who are literally going hungry. We need to remember those students as well. And I know that those messages are directed to some of my Vista students. I mean, let's be honest, the more than 200 people who were rallied to be here tonight have reliable internet access. Just imagine how many student and parent voices are not heard tonight because they cannot be heard. They are silenced by their circumstances. Currently, our students lack the shelter of our classrooms, our intervention, our one-on-one attention. While there's no perfect answer to this issue, as we find ourselves in an imperfect situation, let's be real, it's a crisis. Tonight's proposed MOU is the best possible option that will ensure that none of our students are harmed. Our school profiles will reflect that a credit mark is the best possible grade, and that we can shift our focus to what matters, our students' learning and their social and emotional health. Trust me, We teachers wish we could give grades. We fiercely miss our students, and we would love nothing more than to be in the classroom and not spending 10 to 12 hours each day in front of a computer. But unfortunately, right now, we simply don't have the option. Please vote to pass this MOU. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ray.
Next is Elisha.
Welcome.
Oh, hello. Hi.
Hello.
Hi. Sorry. I've already submitted comments, and I trust that you've read them. I am for the MOU. I just want to state that clearly before I start. And I actually just have a question too. For the neighboring districts that are opting choice, has it been considered if they were on pause for 2 weeks with no clear expectation before a week of soft launch and then immediately followed by spring break? When you're thinking of that, I hope you consider that too. And I trust that in the future, should distance learning happen again, I think FCUSD would set a clear expectation from the beginning of the grading period. Additionally, I noticed a soundbite while Ms. Turkey was speaking, and I hope that you can review whose audio went off when that happened. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cortez.
Next is Natanya.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome, Natanya.
Hello. Good evening. I am a current student at Folsom High School, and I wanted to say that I am opposed to this given policy. Regarding our grades, as a previous speaker said, I think that students should be able to choose whether or not to present their last finalized grades on their transcripts when applying to college. To give an example, say if a student does not take a specific AP course because their high school does not offer it, colleges will not favor a student who took the course over the student who was not able to. As colleges would not count this against that student, I feel that colleges would not count it against students if they chose to have their grades exempt from the semester or the quarter. I think that they would realize that many students could have had time to raise their grades but are now not able to because of these unforeseen circumstances that are out of their control. I am in favor of the students and the work they put into their critical time in high school. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Mike.
Mr. Wallace, welcome.
Thank you so much. Start off by saying we are not in favor of the credit, no credit in the current MOU. This is obviously about our high schools. I have a 4.7 GPA junior AP student who's involved in student government, is president of a large teen organization, and even has her own business at 17. She's done all of this on her own without our pressure. It's all her motivation. The district allowed there to be 2 separate schedules, traditional and block. This is not the fault of our kids, and they shouldn't be held accountable for it. We completely understand this pandemic is a life-changing event, which nobody has control over, and I honestly don't envy your job at all at the moment. We now have a historic chance to help our kids take control of their future by allowing them to choose between a credit or a grade. Our kids are big kids now and can make the appropriate decision that aligns with their goals. I honestly don't understand why we are even debating giving grading options to different segments of our district. What is the harm in allowing our kids to choose how they want to be represented? Our children should own their future aspirations, not their school district. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace.
Next is Kelly.
Welcome, Kelly. Unmute yourself, ma'am.
Okay, so I spoke on Tuesday as well, and I wasn't going to speak tonight, but no one's brought up the most important reason, I think, for this MOU being a good one. First of all, I want to address some people earlier who said that teachers are not working as hard as the kids. I've seen a lot of kids work right now. Believe me when I say I'm working harder than them. 12 to 14-hour days, 7 days a week right now is pretty much my life. If you ask my husband, I am answering reminds all the time. At 10 o'clock at night, I'm getting a note from students and I'm sitting down at the computer to help them. At 7 in the morning when some kids are available, I am available all day and I am giving so many Zoom classes. And I have to say, Part of the reason I'm for the MOU is because I don't want to be grading these students' work as I typically grade. None of my students, I teach AP, and none of my students are working at the level that they would work if we were sitting in class together. So the A that they would earn is not going to be based on a term project that I typically give, a timed assessment with no notes that I typically give. I can't give that anymore. So even the A that they're earning right now is not equivalent to the A I would have given last term. The other thing I want to say is that our grades cannot possibly be accurate right now because of that, because we cannot assess like we typically do. We assess mastery. And when you talked earlier about a teacher talking about the integrity of grades, I know at Vista, we have worked on grading for 3 years on the integrity of our grades. And we've gone to a standards-based assessment ability. And it is not about just giving a grade based on completed work. It's what the students know. But the most important thing here is this. If we give the kids a choice, we are creating a 2-tiered system. A's and B's will be skimmed off the top, and then kids who take choice, we will know, and colleges will know, because we have to report it on our report card, that they did not choose their grade. And if they did not choose an A or a B, we know we're giving them a C or a D. So we might as well just go to a straight grading scale, which everyone agrees sitting in this room right now is inequitable because some kids can't access the curriculum. So the only system that'll do no harm is the pass no mark. For you parents of high achieving students, I get it. I teach AP for 25 years now. I know. Those kids will shine no matter what. Those kids don't just come out of the blue one semester. They have been shining since their freshman year. It will show up that way. And I'm just this week routing on social media some of our board members, so I see the disproportionate meeting, but that's because there was an audience that was chosen to be here.
Thank you. And who do we have?
Next
Amia?
is Gabby.
Good evening, board members. My mic. Okay, there we go. Good evening, board members and community. I'm logged onto a different account, but my name is Frida, and I am a sophomore at Vista Del Lago High School. I am a student with a 3.9 GPA, but I'm thinking of all students when I say that the pass or fail option is the best option for my situation and for others. With this transition to online school, there is no way to prove that kids are being authentically assessed on the mastery of the content they are being assigned. And there is no way to prevent cheating, which will lead to an inequitable grading system. And families who have parents who are teachers, engineers, or mathematicians have an advantage to those students whose parents are working overtime to provide for them, or those whose parents are considered essential workers, those kids whose parents are doctors who are working in the hospitals. And other students with anxiety and ADHD or other mental health problems require a different approach that can only be resolved in certain types of situations which can't be provided in this online learning. Please consider all students when you make your final decision on what the grading system will be. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Next is Maureen.
Maureen, welcome.
Yes, hi, good evening, thank you. I wrote in earlier, so I think most of you know my opinion, but I feel it's important to state something that I've not yet heard on here. I do oppose the MOU as proposed and believe that the hybrid with the ability to choose grades is the best choice. We have 3 different high schools we're looking at. I hear this, it's AP students versus students who are greatly disadvantaged, who have been unfortunately affected by job loss, having no access to the correct tools needed to learn. But there are hundreds of students in between that. And it's not just 2 sets of students that we're looking at. We're looking at every student in all of these schools. And I think that's being missed here. Vista has 2 different terms. And I think that people are thinking that Vista parents are weighing in a disproportionate amount. And I think it's very important to point out that Vista with 2 terms means that students who were given an unweighted term the first term, say had their honors math, honors English, honors science first term, and maybe struggled because, say, a teacher quit 2 weeks into that term and they had substitute teachers teaching the rest of that class, maybe suffered from things beyond these AP issues or disadvantaged issues. But there are students who have had struggles because of the way that their terms have been weighted. And this is a term where they're actually succeeding. They're given classes that resonate with them, that they're able to achieve in, and they're able to achieve A's and B's and rectify a GPA that otherwise they would not be able to do. And I think that it's really a shame that people are shaming the students who want their grades. It's not just AP students who want grades. It's all of the students who are working hard should have a voice as to whether they want to be graded or not. It can't be a one size fit all. We have different schools, we have different students, and we can't have one ruling for every student. Thank you very much for your time. Have a good evening.
Thank you so much.
Next is Frank.
If I can do my assignments on a computer, then sometimes it's not fair. I don't like it when the teacher gives assignments and I do them, but then I can't. It's not fair when you decide the wrong thing, and I can't decide when the teacher gives me an assignment and it's wrong, and I hope it's not. I hope you do the right thing sometimes, because I don't know if I can do this all the time.
Thank you, Frank.
Next is Kent.
Kent.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Yes, I'm not Kent. Much earlier, I raised my hand. I had technical difficulties, so I signed in my husband's computer.
No worries.
Sent in previously my statement, and I think it's obvious to all of us, based on what we've heard everyone saying, that everyone is in a different position. Okay, so we have some that we disadvantage, advantage, et cetera. I want to state that I am opposed to this, the way that it's currently, the MOU is stated. I believe that it could be modified, as people have said, with hybrid to help everyone involved. Obviously, people want to do what's going to be best for them. But I think it's kind of ridiculous that people keep saying that the people in Cordova, you're kind of assuming that everybody in Rancho Cordova is low achieving and Folsom are high achieving. That's ridiculous. I graduated from Cordova High. I know what it's like there. My parents still live there. And I think in order to be fair on both ends, if you're looking at the students there, the MOU as it stands right now, let's say that a student there has an F because maybe they were sick, like many of us were in February, or they had something where they missed classes, or their teacher missed class. They have no opportunity to even get a mark. So I haven't heard anybody stand up and say, we've talked about people with Ds. How would it be fair if they get an A? Okay, well, what about a student who had an F because of certain circumstances? And now, no matter what they're doing on that online every day, they're getting on there. They may have ADHD, they may have all kinds of stress, but they're getting on there and doing their best. It means nothing. So you're taking what Mr. Don Ogden has stated, that he said, and I quote, broadening the scale was discussed, and it's recognized that the third quarter grade is not the quarter most students would want their grades taken from. So if you have a student who had an F and was going to raise that grade, at least to a passing grade, they have no opportunity to do so. And I think that a lot of the people who are saying in favor of a strictly pass, no pass, are disservicing many of the students who are not on this call, who maybe are not even passing and trying to help, and they can't do anything now to raise their grade or even get credit for it. So I think something needs to be modified, perhaps that nobody fails. I don't know what the right thing is, but I do agree with all the students who have said it's not fair that our voices aren't heard. The idea that the collective bargaining people are more important than everybody else's opinions, and that the teachers weren't polled, the students were polled, it was all based on the CTA initially, and then later on ad hoc committees were brought in. I'm just not sure. I know from past experience of multiple board meetings that the CTA is not, regardless of what they might say, they are not usually or always with the students most in mind. They are primarily interested in what the CTA is able to do politically and otherwise. So I just want to say that I am in support of all students having an equitable way to do it, whether they're having an F right now or an A plus right now.
Thank you.
Next is Janki. Janki.
Okay.
Yeah, this is Ritesh, Janki's husband. So I just have a lot of things that I had listed out, but looks like a lot of these things are covered. So I just want to make few additional comments to that, which I haven't heard. So just to start with, I oppose this MOU, and I'm with all the kids who have spoken today regarding getting letter grades. I've heard most of the kids, and most of the kids are saying that they want letter grades, and I'm with them. Few things I am kind of surprised to hear that I see is lacking is who is going to make sure whatever decision we take here, grade, no grade, letter grade, whatever it is, how are we going to make sure that at UCs and CSUs, forget all the other universities in US, at UCs and CSUs, we are guaranteeing that our kids are not going to get impacted. Okay, people talked about holistics approach that universities are going to look at and not the grade. But a lot of the universities, in fact, the biggest system over here, UC has said they are not going to look at SAT or SATs are optional. People have lost, kids have lost summer internship opportunities, which kind of shows them as a competitive, well-rounded people. There are no sports opportunity because a lot of sports activities and events have been canceled. My son plays in Sacramento Youth Symphony. It has been canceled. He cannot show that. Okay. There is no clue in this board or anywhere I heard today how UC and CSU are going to take care of this. That's the biggest thing that I'm concerned about. Okay, one of the teachers mentioned that these are mere decimals we are talking about, but I'm hoping that teacher is aware that these decimals do matter. Okay, especially if the kids are competitive, the decimals do matter. Okay, I understand that there are a lot of people going in trouble. I sympathize with them. My wife actually is a essential worker working in the medical field, and I know exactly how people are going through. Okay, I'm going through the same pain, but I don't think that we should be taking away or we should be risking with kids' future here. Okay, so I definitely urge this board member to go and work with the UC system, work with other county. I mean, I've heard a lot of other counties have done excellent jobs. Work with other school district, other county to come with a solution that would be favorable in all our kids. Okay, there were cases that were mentioned about kids not getting opportunity and all that. I can understand that, and I think we can work out by giving them some grace period, some looking at their old grades, giving them opportunities to make up. But I don't think we should be penalizing all our higher achievers just for that. They have been working their butts off. They are not privileged. They are hardworking also. There are kids who are also from non-privileged background that are high achievers and they are working and getting high grades. Okay, so I would really encourage, I would really ask, these guys are right at the end where they are going to be into their finals, doing their AP test next week and so on. Okay, we definitely need to close this. So I please, I urge that.
Thank you.
Next is Andre.
Welcome,
Hello, can you hear
Andre.
me?
Yes, welcome.
Okay. Hi, my name is Andre Serrano, and I'm a proud student of Cordova High, and I'm here to say that I approve of the proposed policy. I feel that throughout tonight, people have on multiple occasions confused and even outright missed what fairness means. Equality, namely. I am upset because it seems that people are switching fairness for unfairness, similarly to how good can seem bad and bad can seem good. I am distraught at the idea that you're willing to tell me that because you are an extremely hard worker, those who are struggling right now due to the effects of the global pandemic are to be left behind. Yes, many students and parents have represented their own children or themselves and how it would be unfair to them when they have worked so hard for the grades or the GPA that they have. But by basing your entire argument on this very idea, you are subjecting fairness to a specific group, namely those who may be quote unquote overachievers. And I don't mean that to point it to anyone specifically. Board, please remember that it is your responsibility to be fair to all. And I feel that this policy will strengthen the community overall and empower those who may feel lonely or feel that they are struggling during these troubling times. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next is Carson.
Carson, welcome.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to start by saying that I oppose the current MOU. One of the arguments that I've been hearing from those in favor of the current proposal is that a hybrid method would be inequitable and would do harm to underserved students. And I would say, yes, it's true that there are some students out there who have less access to educational resources. But I would say that the best way to honor these students and their families would be to give them the choice. I've been hearing a lot that these students, they can't be heard because they can't attend these meetings or for other reasons. Then I say to that, let them choose. Instead of deciding for them what you think the best decision would be for them, I think the best decision would be to give the choice to their family, to the student, to the parents, because only they know their unique situation and what's going to be the right choice for them. So in a time when they don't have a lot of control, I would just like to say that the best option here would be to give them the control and let them make their own choice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Sydney.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sydney, welcome.
Hi, can you hear me? I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Sydney is my daughter, and it's her account, and she is one of those overachiever AP students, and it's her account because she is constantly Zooming and in connection with her teachers, and I applaud her for that. So I just want to say that, first of all, I oppose the MOU as it's written. I'm in favor of giving letter grades with opportunities to improve. For those students that may have issues and things, our teachers are amazing. They're fabulous. And I really think that there's opportunities for our teachers to shine and find ways to help those students who are having difficulties with this type of learning. I first of all would just want to say thanks to all the students who are brave enough to speak up. My voice is quivering because this is scary. So thank you to those students that are really, finding passion in their grades, and it's important to them. I just want to remind everybody that this isn't an access issue. This call or this Zoom meeting was also available for those that wanted to call in. And, a lot of people are home. So what else are you going to do? Sit here, listen to this meeting for the next 3 hours and have your voice. I wrote in earlier, those weren't read. I understand why. And that's, so the board, I know you hear my comments. There's a lot of talk about privilege, and as if privilege was the one who did my daughter's homework for her. It didn't. It was her hard work. And so I just want to put that out there. And I'm not going to apologize for my address, and I don't think the school board should either. I know you represent the whole district, but I really think you need to take into consideration the hard work that the students have put in. And you don't really know how this is going to affect everybody when they're applying for school. And so I think it's important that there's a lot of unknown out there. And I think by going to the system that you're proposing is really going to disadvantage a lot of kids. There's a lot of wonderful teachers, I already said that. This is a big decision that you have. It's the future of thousands of kids in your hands. And I just thank you for the school board. This is going to be long nights and big decisions. And just thank you for your service, and good luck to you.
Thank you. All right, who do we have?
Next is a caller with the last digits 221.
Sure.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you to the president and members of the board. This is Jaya Badiga. I already submitted a written comment, and I would like to ask the MOU to provide a credit no mark option for all the students that are in this very difficult time. I ask the board to recognize that this is a possible once in a lifetime, and hopefully not more than this, event that needs to have consideration of equity and a consideration of all the resources and the impact on those who need our voice and our input the most. These are people that may not have access to Wi-Fi, that may not understand the instructions to go to Schoology or Schoology or however you say it, and then go to your Google Classroom and get the assignment. They may not have a printer. They may not have access to paper. They may not have a way to submit the assignment back. In fact, my daughter in 6th grade has a teacher that said, hey, I don't know how to make this workable on Schoology, so I'm emailing it to all the parents, right? And how many of these students have parents that are sitting by and saying, okay, this is what you need to do and this is what you need to do? I think the board needs to take that into serious consideration. It's not easy, and I ask that you vote to approve the memorandum. Thank you.
Thank you, Jaya. Appreciate it.
Next is Noah Castillo.
Hi. So I'm a junior right now at Folsom High, and I'm in support of a pass-fail policy. And so a lot of people have been saying that this issue has largely been a divide between the high-achieving AP students and then those who aren't. But as someone who's in several AP and honors classes and has consistently maintained a 4.0 and above GPA throughout high school, I still believe that it's unfair to do anything besides pass-fail because the current grades are in no way representative of what one's grades might become in May. And therefore, nobody should be penalized or rewarded for them because after only 2 months of school, you could have gotten lucky. You could have had a pretty, like an easy month and projects were building up. But what's happening is some people are not being granted the opportunity to get their grades back up. And grades fluctuate. Teachers put stuff in over a long period of time. Stuff might be balanced more towards the end where you're going to have a lot of hard assignments or really easy assignments that might bring you up towards the end. And so if you don't have, if that time's not there for students to raise their grades, it's not fair that they should be penalized. And so just, and on the other hand, to say that someone has worked hard and like being rewarded for those grades, sure. I mean, we've all worked for the past 2 months to keep our grades up and do the best we can. But that doesn't disqualify the fact that there's a lot of people who will be unfairly hurt by this because they were not given the opportunity they needed. And so I think that the only fair way to go is to do a pass-fail. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
The last speaker is Brittany.
Brittany, welcome.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, let me turn up the volume so you guys can hear me. Okay, so I am in favor of the present MOU. I am also a current teacher and I'm also a former collegiate athlete, so I do have some idea about some of the more challenging aspects of college admissions. But I just want to point out that in a lot of our discussion tonight, there has not been a discussion of student learning. And ultimately, that is what we are here to do as teachers, is to help our students learn. While grades are ideally an accurate representation of their learning skills and their learning abilities, in an educational situation such as the crisis that we're being presented with now, it's not possible for teachers to accurately assess the student learning that is occurring or that is not occurring. While student voices are an important aspect of any educational circumstances, it is important to recognize that the teachers who are backing this MOU are the educational experts, not our students. While I don't say this to discount our student voices, it is worth recognizing the fact that many of our students are still learning about the world and are still learning about who they are as people, how their learning works, what works for them as far as grading and study skills, any other types of things like that. But additionally, many of the students, although not all, who have spoken are only concerned about whether or not their grades will be positively or negatively impacted, not necessarily about the potential consequences to students who do not have their same situation. In an ideal world, Y effort equals X product. However, learning doesn't always work in a linear fashion, even more so that our students have been thrust into a distance or distance/online learning model. While we teachers are doing our best to support student learning and student mental health, it is not the same as if we were in our classrooms every day. There is an inherent inequity in today's distance online learning environment for all of our students. And unfortunately, that's not something that we can address due to the crisis nature of this situation. Additionally, there seems to be an implied idea that students who are underprivileged are students who are
only taking lower level courses. Not only is this incredibly problematic, but it narrows the focus of this discussion to further focus on the students who are lucky enough to be privileged in having access to internet and computer access, and who also don't have to work an essential job. They don't necessarily have familial responsibilities such as watching younger siblings or taking care of sick family members. Additionally, our high achieving students who are concerned with their grades will not be negatively impacted by this MOU. If anything, we have the opportunity to demonstrate that the idea that what truly matters is student learning and student mental health. This transition to online and distance learning gives students the opportunity to take risks in their learning because they are not stressed about whether or not they will, quote, get an A. The opportunity to focus on learning and not grade chasing inevitably leads to more long-term educational possibilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Brittany.
Mr. Clark, since I announced the last speaker, there was one more raised hand.
I will allow him to speak, him or her, I'm sorry. I want to be gender biased here.
Now there's two. Am I continuing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I want to hear them all.
Next is a Tool.
Tool, welcome.
Thank you so much for allowing me to speak. I'll keep it brief. I know it's been a long evening for you guys. So I'm the parent of a student at Folsom High. And I just want to express a couple of points here. I'll keep it brief again. The first point is that I recognize very much that there is a subset of the population that is disadvantaged by the current pandemic, severely disadvantaged by the current pandemic. But there are also, I think it's important to recognize that there are several other students who have continued to work through the pandemic, working hard for their grades. And, being fair, I think is not, it is, okay, if you want to be fair to all the students, you don't want to rob them of their efforts, of the grades that they have achieved through their hard work. For those that are disadvantaged, I think giving them the option of a pass-fail, credit, no mark, is a way to sort of help them out to this difficult situation. But for the ones that have earned their grades and would like to have those be present on their transcript as letter grades and counting towards a GPA, I don't think it is appropriate or fair to them to rob them of that opportunity. Justice is not about robbing some people to be, to provide something for somebody else, right? Justice means if you've earned your something through your hard work, you are entitled to it, not have it be deprived from you in order to be fair to somebody else. And I think the other point that I want to mention is the number of people that have come up to this board hearing, right? There's 200 plus people that have joined this discussion, 250 almost. That indicates the amount of discontent there is in terms of the proposals that are on the table. I think, as one of the previous speakers indicated, the only way to be fair would be to allow the students the choice of how they would like this semester to be represented, either through their letter grades or to give them the choice of pass-fail. Trying to do anything that is imposed on them would disservice a segment of the population which would not be fair to them and to the other people. So that's all I have to say. Thank you to the board for taking the time to listen to all the points of view and all the hard work that you're doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, the last
looks like I have
Blessing.
Yes.
Okay, give me 1 second. I'd just like to state that I oppose the updated addendum. At the last board meeting, I stated how I believe credit no mark is the best option for students as an entirety. I'd like to correct my statement. Though credit no mark is a better option for students in comparison to the letter grade system, it is not the best option for students as a whole. Credit no mark poses the same disadvantages as the letter grade option, except students opting to have a credit-based semester will pass the entire semester without the stress of having to maintain or improve their current letter grade. It, however, does not impact the student's overall GPA on a 4.0 scale. It simply gets them to the next grade level or their diploma. Students that work extremely hard before distance learning will have their hard work go to waste, since the grades will convert into credit only. Students who are in distance learning doing their best to improve their grades will also have their hard work go to waste, since the potential grade they're working towards will be used as a deciding factor on if they deserve credit or not. Though the amount of stress on how hard hard we have to work to improve our overall scores taken away. It is replaced with the dissatisfaction of the final report, showcasing any course subject a student needs and the work they put just to have a semester credit. There was an option briefly stated about students receiving a letter grade, but only if that letter grade is an A. I'd like to urge the board to take the option to serious consideration and remove the motion for credit no mark. Students of Folsom Cordova Unified School District have stated to me that if they were given the option for credit no mark on an all A system, they choose an all A systems hands down. The A's for All method speaks to the board's request of an addendum that puts equity over equality in relation to students being affected differently from this pandemic. This method addresses all key factors that directly benefit students, teachers, and parents throughout the entire district. Students are not only relieved of the unnecessary pressure and anxiety in regarding to how much work they must complete to improve their grade, but they also get the entire 4 points to that course, improving their overall GPA. Teachers who are very much still learning how to conduct this distance learning concept can focus more on their students and directly connect with them through non-traditional teaching lessons that prove to not only be beneficial for the students' well-being, but while also still educating them about the given subject. Parents are able to see their child cope easier with this quarantine than other policies will offer, while also having the ease in mind that their child's grade will not only be intact, but it will be the highest grade offered to any student. The A's for All method satisfies the needs of students and parents who are adamant about having a letter grade, while also offering the best opportunity for students living in suppressing conditions that include factors out of their control. Juniors are set up for success since that is the most important year colleges use when considering admissions. Seniors, especially those with a much rigorous course load than normal, are finally put at ease and peace, knowing not only will they graduate, but they'll graduate with all A's and have themselves intact internally while doing so. As a student, I'm demanding the board to renounce this addendum and take the time to really go back and review what the best, most equitable option is for all students at FCUS.
Thank you, Blessings. Janice. Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, very good. It says we're muted on our screen, but I guess we're not. This is Janice's husband. Sorry, this is Andy. I have more of a question for the board. And since this grade or no grade that you get, at what date is it decided as whether you're going to get the pass or the fail? Was it March 13th or is it sometime in the future?
It's a good question. Boy, without getting too much into it, it's just one question. I'd ask the superintendent to answer that real quick.
It would be at the end of the semester.
Okay, thank you.
And thank you. All right. Looks like we got through all that. Like I said, we did read your comments earlier that came in. Now I'm going to turn it back over to the board for their comments. But again, audience, thank you so much for chiming in, even those students that did. So I'd like to take it back to the board and let's hear your final comments, please.
Mr. Clark?
Yes.
Can I ask a question before we go to comments? It was one that came up during, from one of the speakers.
Yes.
About the length of time for this addendum. Does it, I believe it ends on June 30th. And if we go into distant learning or any combination of possible distant learning next year, how would we handle that? Are we revisiting the issue then? Since the circumstances would change a little bit if it was a different model besides the one we're using right now?
Yeah, superintendent can answer that. I have my own opinion, but I think the superintendent would be better apt to answer that question.
There is a timeline on the MOU, so we would have to come back to the table to renegotiate.
All right.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I welcome board comments.
I'd be happy to start.
Mr. Reed.
Yeah. Well, one of my biggest concerns is that very few parents and students knew grading was being discussed on Tuesday's board meeting. The district sends texts all the time. I mean, I get texts, sometimes multiple ones in a day, and some of them have very descriptive titles, so you know exactly what they're doing or what's being communicated. Such as the free meals or free lunches. such as there was one recently about AP. It said something like, have your students open this, read this AP message. There was another one that I believe that dealt with the district boundaries. So, the fact that we didn't communicate via text, something of this magnitude, so that we could have had more attendance at Tuesday's board meeting from parents and students, is a little concerning. We had 100 folks on the call on Tuesday. We had 270 today. And just one of the things that I just was kind of thinking about is we just don't know what would have happened if we had widely advertised Tuesday's meeting with the parents and students. We might have adopted the choice option. We don't know, but that's water under the bridge because we got to move on. But I am concerned that parents and students were somewhat marginalized in this process. I personally want to thank all of the students and parents who sent me emails over the last couple of days. There were a lot of really heart-rendering stories that I got on both people who wanted to support this motion as well as the ones who opposed this motion. But I will say that the emails that I received in the last couple of days that oppose this proposal that's before us today, I had parents from Cordova High, I had parents from Folsom High, I had parents from Vista. I had students from Cordova, I had students from Folsom, and I had students from Vista. So all three high schools, I received emails from both parents and students saying they want a choice or they want A's for everyone. So it's not just certain high schools; it's all of them. And some of those, or actually at least one, mentioned that her parent lost her job. Another one was actually an administrator from a neighboring school district who was making the comment that it was, the school district that administrator works at is doing something very different than what we're contemplating. And there was a student who was English as a second, actually there's more than one student who had English as a second language who wanted their grades as well. But probably one of the most heart-wrenching stories that was told to me was that there's a student who is like 1/10 of grade or decimal off of a certain grade point where they would be able to get a $5,000 scholarship. And they were counting for college. And they were counting on this spring grade to get them to that grade point average that would get them the $5,000 scholarship. And with the policy that we're looking at adopting, they won't be able to accomplish that, and they will not be able to get that $5,000 for college. And that saddened me to hear. I think it's important to note that at least 50% of students at all three high schools, this is a moot issue. And what I mean by that is that the graduates are either going into the workforce, or they're going into the military, or they're going to a community college. And in all three of those scenarios, their grades, their GPAs don't make a difference. So who does it make a difference to? It makes a difference to those students who are trying to go to four-year colleges. And because, let me clarify, community colleges don't require transcripts. You don't need grades to get into the community colleges. So, one of the scenarios that I've been thinking about, and I think the Sac State professor kind of put this in more of a, I guess, context for me when she was talking about that a lot of decisions are automated is, but I had thought of this example before that, is let's say we have a pool of 20, there's 20 students left and there's 10 spots that can be filled at a college. And all of the 20 students are basically identical. I mean, you know, similar grades, similar extracurricular activities. There's nothing that distinguishes them from one or the other, except for, let's say 10 of them went to a school district that offered choice or grading, and the other 10 went to a district that it was credit or no mark. And who is the college going to select? Are they going to select the 10 students that actually had grades, or the 10 students with no marks? Nothing else is different between them. I don't know if we can answer that question, but what the Sac State professor said scared the bejeebers out of me, that if it's all automated, I think the computer will pick the 10 students that had a grade. So under the concept of do no harm, I think conceivably we just did some harm. But so let's discuss the whole A for everyone concept. You know, I in the questions I was asking earlier, you know, about the do no harm was the mantra, and you know, the option that they went with was the one that there was the least harm. And I was questioning how A's for everyone was more harmful than credit no mark. And I still don't really quite get the answer, and I don't know if I agree with the answer. But you know, I mean, you know, I'm not the expert here. So, but why don't we ask the experts? I mean, we're obsessed with the term equity, so let's ask the equity, ask what the equity leaders say. And I have an email that's dated April 27th by one of the Folsom Cordova equity leads. Her name's Brooke. I'm not sure how you pronounce her last name. Maybe Hope, Hoppe. But it was widely circulated among the teachers and the equity leads on Monday, April 27th. And she answers that question. And I'll just read it. She said, it is proposed that teachers give all students an A. SFUSD, so I guess San Francisco Unified School District, has come to this agreement as it is the only way to satisfy all. If the parents of A students want grades and the board wants grades for those parents, then we can give them that. We can also hold the rest of our students harmless by giving those students A's as well. Well, our equity leads say that that's equitable. So if we're concerned about, what's equitable and do no harm, well, let's go with the advice of our equity leads and give A's for everyone. So I guess in my humble opinion, folks, I think we need to go back to the bargaining table over the weekend and schedule another board meeting on Monday and find an option that will provide grades to the students. And I heard at the Tuesday board meeting, the majority of the board seemed to indicate that they were supportive of A's for everyone. So I would give that direction to the bargaining table as something that would have a majority on the board. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Reed.
Mr. President, I can go next unless someone else wants to.
Mr. Hoover, you signed up. You got it, sir.
All right. Well, thank you everyone for being here tonight. And first off, I just want to, whoever was kind of interrupting the meeting inappropriately throughout the meeting, I just want to say that, that's definitely something we don't need. And I hope that, I think we need to keep this respectful and constructive. I understand it might have been someone playing games or whatever, but I think it's so important that we keep the level of public discourse in this discussion professional and high, and that we respect everyone's opinion, even if we disagree. Second, I want to start by just kind of stating unequivocally how difficult distance learning is, and just I'm in full agreement with all of the teachers on that point. My household has 2 working parents, and in addition to my full-time job, I also try to stay engaged with the community and respond to emails in my role as a board member. And that's why I believe it is critical that we hold students harmless from the date that we began this distance learning adventure. That being said, it is impossible to deny the very real equity issues that this proposal would create for students who are trying to raise or improve their GPA. And I heard someone say tonight that what other districts are doing doesn't matter. However, I really believe that it absolutely does matter if we are the only district in the region that is not allowing students to improve their GPA. This would impact our students across all grade levels by giving them 1 less semester to improve their GPA. And this is particularly harmful for our Folsom and Cordova High students because 1 semester makes up 1/8 of their entire high school career. I also keep hearing the word holistic being thrown around about how kids are going to be judged by colleges. I think we need to acknowledge the reality of this very unfortunate and unprecedented situation. This pandemic has hampered the ability for admissions officers and departments to evaluate students. And without the consideration of grades and test scores in many cases, the GPA actually becomes much more important than it was prior to the current crisis. And unfortunately, I believe that this proposal that's being discussed and debated tonight puts far too much faith in the college admissions process, rather than empowering our students with the tools they need to succeed. And I think that we have this idea that college admissions officers are going to be reading every application with a magnifying glass, ensuring that every student gets a fair shake and every student is judged perfectly based on what they submitted. But while I would love to believe that, it's simply a disservice to our students to promise that it's going to happen that way. Now, I am fully aware that this board already voted down the previous proposal on Tuesday. So I, similarly, I guess, to my colleague, Mr. Reed, would like to propose a compromise. And while I personally have some serious concerns, different concerns with the A grade / no mark or A's for all system, at this point in our discussion and our debate, I really do believe it would be far preferable than the proposal that's on the table tonight. And while I do not fully support that approach, I would personally be willing to compromise tonight and send this back to the bargaining table one more time. I realize that yet another delay is far less than ideal, but I think that this decision is extremely important, and I think it's important enough to wait a couple more days. Let me explain myself. An A grade, no mark system meets all of the equity concerns that have been raised by teachers. However, it also addresses the very real GPA issues that have been raised by parents and students. The student's trajectory throughout their high school career would provide colleges with a complete view of that student's efforts. But personally, I would much rather give some students an A that may not have earned it, or who may not have had the life circumstances, who may have had life circumstances that prevented them from earning the A or a better grade, then strip away the hard work of all of the kids from all different life circumstances that worked incredibly hard to improve and raise their GPA. And I just want to emphasize that one more time. These are not just kids that are quote unquote privileged. I guarantee you there are tons of students at every one of our high schools that are in very difficult circumstances right now that are working very hard to improve their grade. And I do not think it's fair to paint that brush across people that are privileged and people that have difficult life circumstances. I think it's important that we listen to our students tonight who have used this opportunity to show maturity far beyond their years. They approach their opposition with respect, with facts, with heartfelt arguments. We wouldn't be here without our students and our parents. And so my final plea would be that if we do care about all students, I really think we need to consider a third alternative and compromise tonight and not support this proposal on the table tonight.
Thank you. Ms. Ranking, if you're ready.
Hi. Well, I've been trying to follow this. I know AIDS for Everyone is coming up again. San Francisco didn't adopt that policy. And I'm trying to find an article to support that, but the concern was that UCs would not recognize that aid. So that's what I've been trying to dig through here. I don't have anything else to say right now. I want to hear what Mr. Short and Mr. Clark have to say.
Sure, absolutely.
Okay.
Mr. Short.
Yes. You know, Tuesday, I want to say thank you to all the people that are participating and all the parents and students and teachers. And yeah, there was, I think I've read 200 over plus emails and stuff for the last few days. And it just shows you how important this decision is. But like I said Tuesday, the pandemic is really what's causing this paradigm shift. It is really just forced us upon us, like this Zoom meeting. We never thought that we can have a board meeting. Even we had discussions and opposition that we couldn't even have a board meeting through a Zoom or internet. But here we are. This change, this paradigm shift, and our world around us has changed quite a bit. Just for us here, imagine every student, everybody out in the world, everywhere. This world has changed. There are people dying out there. People, all the things that we heard, the sad stories. I read some emails that made me just literally cry. On the kids that don't have a voice, the ones that should be able to show up here, their parents are not even here to do it. They're just heartbreaking. On PBS the other day, I watched a show on not on our special ed kids and what parents are going through without and the distance learning. There's no support. Yes, they might have some physical therapy, but the parent has to be there. They're essential workers. It's just heartbreaking what everybody's going through in this pandemic. It is a change. We're making a lot of change. And what this change is all is creating a lot of fear. It's an unknown journey. We're trying to recover from this. We don't know. We don't have an end in mind. It may be close. It may not. It might be repeated. That's just what's happening with this pandemic. We're trying to figure out things like riding a bike and assembling it at the same time. There's no guarantees. So when I started thinking about what's really driving all this, I mean, this impacted all the closures, the distance learning, and everything else. If we have a virus out there, and we in the media and all the experts out there are saying, well, how do we attack this virus? How do the politicians and governance folks have it? Well, let's listen.
Decision. We have all sat through many hours of this, and we are still left without a conclusion.
What we have here is the governance folks and everybody else we need to really listen to our experts. When we were fighting the virus, we said, let's listen to the science and research. Well, our teachers, the ones that are out assessing and making the gradings right now, and I'll be talking about the grading a little bit. I did a little research on that too. But our teachers are our doctors. They're our experts. And what I heard today, the process, the chronology we went through, and the negotiations and why we're riding that bicycle assembling during this crisis. We had to vet this out. We had to do it fast. We didn't have the time. We had a lot of time that we didn't have like distance. Kids have lost a lot of instructional time. The whole distance learning is different. But our teachers are ones that are going to be the ones that are doctors out there doing the grading. And you heard stories tonight. It's not the same. It isn't the same. What I did look at was a study that A's across the board are being deflated across the United States at universities and everything else because of the political pressures and everything else. The deflation of the A like we said, we're talking about the A earlier, it's deflated. So the universities will know it's deflated, knowing that it doesn't really mean achievement. So that comes to why today I think I want to make it clear that all our grade policies here and what we do in this district is with high integrity on grades. We take it serious on grading. But that made me to think, what causes grades? When did, I asked a couple of teachers, and I did a survey. So when did grades come up? Why are grades here? Does anybody know when it was? When I found out, it was first devised in 1798, over 200 years ago. And then 100 years later, the universities, the professors, the teachers, back then it wasn't so formal, but they used it because the system, the mathematical system, was easy to manipulate, easy to do, but it's very subjective. It was something they designed so that they can control and provide punitive measures against the students to motivate them to create anxiety so that they actually do something. Just as a reflection today, but it's been so ingrained and we're entrenched on the grading system throughout the world that's the paradigm that we have, that grading system actually measures all our aptitude, our performance, and our mastery in the thing. I heard tonight a teacher saying, we're not focused on the students' learning and health. Well, that's absolutely right. The grades don't really measure the real learning of what a student goes through. Doesn't say their health. It's just a snapshot. It could be changed, manipulated, could be deflated, anything that it wants. But when we went to distant learning, we definitely don't have the same thing. We absolutely do not have the same thing. So to continue with the grading system, it won't mean a whole lot if we give everybody A's. So we have to ask ourselves, why are we so adamant about the GPA and the A's? Because it's been so in our society, our industry. We've used it as a competitive measure. I heard earlier tonight somebody saying because of universities and our resources, it's getting harder and harder to get into universities. Yes, they had to give less and less entrances because they're impacted. So what did we use? We use a GPA. We use everything that's been in our system. Universities use it. They're changing though. They're changing all these emissions, everything else because of the pandemic. But the grading system's so entrenched. They did. There was an experiment that I saw about grades versus pass, no fail, and there was actually, you can Google it and find it. Universities and grades. But when they found out they took grades away, there was a lot of anxiety. People were very uncomfortable with it, and that's what we're hearing tonight. It's the feelings that the parents have, the feelings that the students have, what they've been measured and what they've been expected. That's accomplishment. Those are real feelings. Those are valid. I get that. And I feel for all those students that feel that. Because it's what we've told them for years and years, their parents and their parents. And that paradigm shift is suddenly taking grades away is going to make that anxiety. So that's what the study showed. So there are actually universities now that don't use grades at all. If you go out there, it's not going to be prolific across the United States because we would have to start young and change the whole grading system, how we actually learn. Cat Academy, other ones, they use self. The best person to make the grading and learning is the student itself. It's not external, it's internal. You know, when you learn something, the reward is the learning, not the grade. So we're teaching a whole culture of kids when they get out into the real world that the grade is going to continue to motivate them to learn in life. It's a lifelong learning experience that we need to teach kids to be successful in the rest. And that's a whole nother subject matter and all that. But that's what's causing a lot of this anxiety when I looked at that. So is it the teachers they were talking about doing the grading? It's not the same. It's not the same. When I studied, there was also comments about other jurisdictions. Well, I contacted one large jurisdiction, a board member, made this ask questions. They weren't looking at competitive and worrying about GPA. LA, there's a video out there you can see. They weren't worried about that. They have $7 billion budget. They have 27,000 teachers. It's massive. You couldn't even come up with a grading system that would fit everybody in there. they would lose control. They would lose. And even in the video they were talking about was, yes, we're going to use normal grading systems because it's easy to fall back because that's tradition, it's entrenched. But they don't have even a way to grade. The teachers would have to come up with individualized methods, and then there'll be deflated grades. So you don't know until you start. You can't compare one district to the other district. We all have unique situations. Every district is different. Our district is different too. Our teachers, our students, everything else. The kids that cannot be here tonight, the parents saying, I don't have a voice. Some of the stories I hear, I got emails that were totally for this MOU. Then I hear other board members, I get emails that are totally the opposite. I don't know if there was a total number, but there are teachers, principals, and even Vista and Folsom, teacher and Folsom, I got emails for are for this MOU tonight. So it's different. We hear everything from here. So again, I checked the other jurisdictions, not so true. And I heard other people talking about it's not so true either. So we just don't have the time under these conditions, under these forced conditions, to go out and get committees and do analyzing and do all these things. We have to make a decision as what's best for the kids, equity, and what we're told hold harmless. We can debate this forever. There isn't no real silver bullet here. Everybody's right in a sense, because there's so many angles to this. But this right now, in front of us right now, my feelings is that we need to be representing the kids that don't have a voice, the ones that are hurting, the special ed kids, the kids with English language barriers, the families that are going through essential services funds, the ones that I've seen and have personally seen going through really bad times right now, forced upon them and their circumstances that we don't even know about. So I wanted to talk about that. And the only other thing is on the equivalency of the A, I was talking to a teacher, says, a science teacher, how do you do a lab? How do you do a lab on distance learning? You can't. You have to come up with some other hybrid, and it's not going to be equivalent. You can't make up the lost time. You can't make up all that. How would we do that? It would induce all kinds of different things on the grading system. The grading system that's 200 years old, that can be manipulated and changed any way you want from subjectivity. That's what we're up against right now. And the teachers are being put into this predicament, been forced without it. Our doctors right now are telling us, let's do this tonight, this MOU tonight. That's what's best for all kids, because if you do one for one student, you have to do it for all kids. That's the equality that we should be looking for. And so I'm in support for this MOU tonight because it's the right thing to do, and it's the best thing to do for our district. That's my comment right now. And thank you for the opportunity for speaking. And I feel for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Short. I'll revert back to Ms. Ranking. Did you find that information that you wanted to share, or are you still looking?
San Francisco went with great credit, no credit. And what I couldn't find was confirmation of the reason, but the reason I was told in a couple of articles was that UCs would not honor the A. And when you think about it, it makes sense that they wouldn't. It gives the kids an advantage in their GPA. So I think we're not San Francisco, we're not like our surrounding neighborhood districts. So we need to do what's best for our district. And if we claim that our focus is equity and equal access, and we want to be a leader in that area, I think we need to be able to stand by and make these tough decisions that we have to make if we are truly going to work towards progress in that area. So I was going to wait for you to make your comments, Mr. Clark. So if you want to come back to me.
Yes, ma'am, I will. So,
President Clark, would you like to go first, or would you like me to?
Well, you know what, Scarlett, it's past your bedtime, but it's there. Mic is yours.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. So, yeah, I just wanted to echo what was said. I appreciate all the students and parents who came out to talk and truthfully who were able to come out and talk. A lot of classmates of mine that I saw, students that I know, parents that I know, and whether I agreed with them or not, I respect their opinions and their voice and how they want to fight for what they believe in. Of course, it's something that I don't think everybody, well, I'm sure that everybody won't agree on. I'm still on my stance from Tuesday that I really do want choice for students. I know everything that's going on, and I know that there's a pandemic, but at the same time, based on what Mr. Short was saying in his speech, everything is about grades. And I've talked about this with my classmates before. I don't really, and I feel like many classmates would agree with me, care sometimes what we're learning. It's about regurgitating information, mastering it just for the moment, and then getting rid of it so that you can master your next class, so that you can get an A on your next test, or a B, or a C, whatever is better for you. And this idea with Challenge Success and what somebody was saying, I'm part of the Challenge Success team at Folsom High, and we've talked about this before. Really the fact that grades determine everything, and I believe it does stem from college admissions and how you can get into a university, and also the idea that if you don't go to a top UC, if you don't go to a top university, your degree doesn't matter. I think that's another thing that sometimes are getting into students' heads that worry them about. They need to become this perfect student. I appreciated one of the students, I don't remember who it was, saying that, 2 AP classes isn't enough, or 3 AP classes isn't enough, 2 clubs isn't enough. You need to be president of your club. You need to start your own club. You need to handle and juggle a lot of things. And then now with this pandemic, I feel for my junior and sophomore classmates and friends to, some of them weren't able to take the SAT before it was canceled, and now they don't know if they'll be able to take it before they apply to college. Their grades are affected. Second semester, even one semester can really, really boost your GPA and really help out your application. And then, like someone else was saying, you're losing out on internship opportunities, leadership opportunities, even volunteer work or community service that you can't be doing to honor the stay-at-home services. So I truthfully understand why my classmates are suffering right now and why they're really worried about their GPAs. Something that I did want to mention was, I feel like GPA was kind of thrown around today almost with a negative connotation that all students care about is getting straight A's, getting the highest GPA, so that they can go to the best college. For me as a student, I really do care about my GPA, but it stems more from thinking that because I have a high GPA that I'm better than someone or that I'm smarter than someone. Because my parents are both immigrants. They came to America so that they could give my brother and I a really good opportunity and a really good education system. And I want to work for myself because I want to succeed and get a good education, but also for them and to honor what they suffered and what they did and sacrificed for me. That's why I really care about my GPA. And I know that many of my classmates have similar stories or similar reasons for really, really pursuing their education. And I do completely understand that many students are disadvantaged right now and that they're not able to fully access, they can't access a computer to do their homework or even log onto Schoology. To even think about grades if they're going through that right now is really not even in the picture for me. But at the same time, in my opinion, you can't just forget about other kids who have these dreams, who have these goals, who have these aspirations. It is really sad and unfortunate for everybody else that's going through certain things. And that's why I think the choice is so valuable and so amazing for what it can do. Students can decide, okay, I need the grades for my dreams. I need the GPA boost, especially with SATs being optional, or some students who weren't able to take it and they won't be able to take it. And then for the students who need to choose pass or fail, credit, no credit, whether it's at Folsom, whether it's at Vista, whether it's at Cordova High. I know for me, I would probably choose credit, no credit. I'm a senior. My grades really don't matter that much. I care about my grades, but I'm going to college and, it's kind of the end of my journey. But for my junior and sophomore friends, it's a very stressful time. And I just came out of it. I just came out of the college application process, which is exciting because it is very, very incredibly stressful. And then again, like I previously stated, for the students who are going through a lot right now, adding the college application process, or even if it's thinking about trade schools or joining the military or going into career, just a lot of stress is going on. I don't like that grades are the first thing on people's mind. I know they're the first thing on my mind, and I wish it wasn't like that. But the truth is, for kids who have dreams, for kids who, want to go to college, it's very important for them and it's very necessary for them as well. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Scarlett. Joanne, I think I'll just go ahead and jump in. Wow. I'm gonna say this was a great meeting. Just a lot of conversation, and I appreciate the multitude of emails that came through. Maybe David and I aren't getting the same emails from Cordova because I had honestly a different response, and maybe because I don't know, I may have a better pulse because I live here. But I almost feel like a used sales carsman. I mean, what is it going to take for us to get past this and get through it? Because here's the deal. We got a lot of other things that are coming down the pipe, folks, and I can only hope that we get parent participation on this, and you guys just don't say, well, it's the board's decision, you guys figure it out, because I know that you wouldn't entrust a student with a budget cut, or even if we're in a situation where we have to cut funds. Needless to say, I did hear the students. I really did, but there were a couple that really caught me because I guess they forgot about a group. They forgot about our ESL. They forgot about our students that are families that are struggling and they're having a hard time. Because what I heard was my peers at Vista and Folsom are worried about their GPA and getting ahead. I'm worried about your GPA too. Honestly, I am, because I believe in that competitiveness. I even put my daughter Christina through it and told her, you are going to get good grades. You are going to have, a high GPA. I shouldn't have did that because I think I stressed her out more than any other parent could. At that time, I was a single dad. But I wanted what was best for my daughter. I was willing to advocate. But let's think about those parents that want to advocate for their kids, but they can't. Let's think about those parents that couldn't get onto that Zoom meeting. And I'm going to tell you why they couldn't get onto it Tuesday, because the capacity was only 100. Today it was 300. So still, they could have got on. I know that maybe a lost count, I think 5 or 6 got on and voiced their opinion. But I think if we try to reach out to them a little bit more, like through Facebook, because I know why we had a high contingency of the Folsom and Vista parents, because it was promoted on that Facebook page. And that's okay. However, we get the word out. But now we're excluding that Cordova community. And is that fair? Is that equitable, since we're talking about it? Now, I'm not a type of person that'll get on and make public announcements and speeches and talk about I'm disappointed or I'm opposed or all this stuff. That's not me. I'm the type that if you have something to say to me, please don't, especially today, send messages to my IM degrading me or telling me whatever I am. I've heard it all before. As your school board member, I would have more respect for you if you simply called me and talked to me. So what I'm trying to say is that I want this equal access to our parents in Rancho Cordova, because to me, those kids, they're struggling. There's ones that are stressing out, and I said this before. They're stressing out because maybe there's a domestic problem at home. Maybe they're not able to pay the rent. Or maybe they would like to try to raise their grade and go to college. Maybe they have a goal of being the first member in their family to go to college. Yeah, they're out there. They are out there. But how do we give them that chance? Do we ram down that choice and you've got to have a high GPA to succeed? That's only going to spiral them down even more into a depression. What are we doing? There was a question asked by a board member. What were we doing for families that had the issues back then, that had the mental health issues, the domestic violence issues? Well, studies show due to COVID-19, they're increasing. So what are we doing now is the question. How are we supporting those students? Heck, I don't know. I'm pretty sure that we have some social emotional learning in place. I'm pretty sure our teachers are doing whatever they can to reach out to those students. So, like I said, I want our students to be competitive, and I asked those questions at the beginning. I wanted to talk about our student athletes. I wanted to talk about how they were going to get their scholarships. I talked about the GPA. Was it going to go lower or was it going to go higher? And the other thing that I had a question on, how is there an assessment done if our students go to choice to get that higher GPA? How do we assess those students? I don't know. That question's not being answered. Now, I will say what mortified me was the responses I got about the UC system in a CSU system. How they don't look at anything else but the GPAs. And that's what they have in place right now. I don't know. I'm thinking during this pandemic, which we're going through right now, I'm pretty sure that those universities are looking at different options. I don't know. I mean, I'm not the expert. I'm just here to make a decision, me, as a board member. Now, sure, I'm going to listen to all the kids. Trust me on that. And I'm not biased. Just because I live in Rancho Cordova does not mean I'm biased. For those who know me, I'm probably out in Folsom a little bit more, engaging with those students and talking to those parents. Because honestly, I've talked to a few. I've got their input. We've gone back and forth, debated a little bit. But what do? You know, now I will tell you, and I will respond to a comment that was sent to my IM. I don't bow down to any kind of political pressure. They don't have me like that. I am capable of making my own decision. That's me. So I want you to understand that I have one goal in mind: to ensure the education, health, and safety and well-being of all of our students, not the ones that are seeking that high GPA, but the ones that are struggling, our ESL students, our special education students. Don't think I forgot about them, because they are near and dear to my heart. You try to take anything from them, I'm going to fight you tooth and nail. So we've got to trust in the system, folks. We've got to believe our professionals moving forward. Like I said, there's a lot of other things that are out there that we need to be tackling, but right now we need to come together as a community. Now, you may hate me, but I think the 3.5 years that I've been through this, I've developed some very, very thick skin. But I just believe this option right here, the way it's presented, is going to work. But we have to trust the system. We have to. So with that, I think
Mr. Clark?
Yes. I'm done. I'm done.
I was gonna oh, we lost you there for a minute. Can I finish my comments?
I'm done. I'm off my soapbox, and okay. We'll see what happens.
Scarlett, I wanted to compliment you. That was a beautiful speech and comments. Very impressive. You've been an outstanding student board member, so thank you. I think we've exhausted this issue between these last two meetings. I trust that our administrators, our teachers have looked at all the options. As wonderful as Ace for All sounds, that is not going to be in the best interest of our students at this point. And I trust they truly vetted that. And I want to thank them for all their work on this. I want to thank all the parents and teachers and students who wrote to us. And I know myself and all the other board members read all those comments and have spent so much time over the last week learning as much as we possibly could about this issue. And to be honest with you, when we started this process, my first reaction was to go with credit, no credit, and a choice for grade, because I saw what a surrounding district was doing. And upon researching and speaking to people and trusting the professionals and reading articles from organizations that know more about this subject than I do, and actually putting the focus of equity foremost in mind, my position shifted. So based on what I saw, the discussion last time, eliminating the option of Ace for All, I see no reason to give staff direction to go back to the table. So I would like to move to approve addendum to the 32520 Memorandum of Understanding between Folsom Cordova Unified School District and Folsom Cordova Education Association. 42920 addendum addresses grade policy, special education, working conditions, and attendance. That's my motion.
I will second that.
Thank you.
Been moved by Ms. Ranking, second by Mr. Short. Superintendent, please call roll.
Yes. Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Board Member Short.
Aye.
Board Member Reed.
No.
Board Member Hoover.
No.
Board Member Ranking.
Yes.
And Student Member Nisnik.
No.
Motion carries.
And Mr.
Thank you.
Clark, Mr.
Yes, ma'am.
Clark, I'd like to compliment you on how you handled this meeting. That was a very tough meeting, so thank you. You did a great job. The screen was always on you. So thank you.
Well, thank you.
And you
I
handled
appreciate
all
it.
our speakers very well. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. I greatly appreciate it. I want to thank the board. I know this was very contentious, very tough. But like I said, you know, we've got things ahead of us that just makes this really look minute. Thank you. Real quick, before we have some folks jump on and give their opinions and all that good stuff, I just want to thank the staff. I want to thank everybody who commented and sent the emails. And I just want to thank you for your participation. This is what it's all about. And I'm asking that the board moves forward and supports this action. Like I said, we've got a rough road ahead. And a lot of things are happening, and I can only wish that those parents who were here tonight, please come out, please voice your opinion, please get involved the best way that you can. We need you. And for our students, I'm going to tell you, thank you for your comments. All I want, and God willing, if I make it another 4 years, is to see you guys grow up and be leaders in your own right and make those very important decisions. That's all I want out of life. That and some good old Vista football and Folsom football and Cordova football. Anyway, with that being said, meeting adjourned.